Council meeting, in the interest of time efficiency and ensuring that everyone who wishes to address the council is given the opportunity to do so, the following will apply to all comments made by the public. Each speaker shall be allowed 3 minutes to address the council unless such time is extended by the mayor or by questions from council. Group shall designate a spokesperson to avoid repetition of comments. Every effort will be made to avoid interrupting speakers. For your information, the items listed in section 11 of the agenda are for first reading and introduction, and the council will not take final action on them tonight. If you have questions on these items, please see city staff in the back of the chambers. Thank you for participating in your city government. And I call this meeting to order. All right, we can all please stand for the pledge. I'm sorry, for the invocation. And we have an invocation by Pastor Randy Law from National Day of Prayer of Osceola County.
Dear Heavenly Father, Lord, we come to you in the name of Jesus, the name above all names. I ask, Lord, that you just give these councilmen, Father, wisdom on the decisions, the choices that they make. Lord, only you know what the future holds. I ask that you give them just your wisdom, Lord. Let them make the choices that are right for the community. Lord, for the generations that are coming after us. Bless them in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen. And please remain standing for the pledge.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Please be seated. All right, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Mayor Robertson.
Here.
Deputy Mayor Fletcher.
Here.
Councilmember Paul.
Here.
Councilmember Urban.
Here.
Councilmember Gilbert.
Here. All right, thank you. And City Manager, do you have any updates?
I have several, thank you. There's several items I'd like to pull off of the agenda. Consent agenda items C and D, which are resolution number 2025-036R and resolution number 2025-037R. Additionally, council action number 3, which was the C&D concrete, resolution 2025-056. I would like to ask the council to hear council action item number 4 after public hearing number 8, because it is all part of the same project. Public hearing number 8 was ordinance number 2025-20.
I'm trying to find council action for the C&D.
I think we put it all on your notes, so you can just follow right along.
It's on there? Thank you.
On your notes that you go for. And then I have several items to request a continuance on to the May 8th council meeting. Public hearing number 4 and 5, which are ordinances 2025-14 and 15. Public hearings number 12, 13, and 14, which are ordinance 2025, 24, 25, and 26.
Each one will have to be read in and then a motion to continue.
Yes.
So the clerk will read each one.
Yes, and I don't know if we made a slide that showed, no, we did not. But I believe it's in your notes to help you with those, Mayor.
All right, thank you, City Manager. And Madam Clerk, can you please read this item into the record?
Item 4.
Item number 4, ordinance 2025-14.
Final public hearing for ordinance number 2025-14, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of St. Cloud, Florida, assigning a future land use designation as MDR, medium density residential, for approximately plus minus 17.18 acres identified as East Side Park PUD, located north of East 10th Street and south of Lake Runnymede, providing for amending of the official future land use map of the comprehensive plan, filing of the Planning Commission's recommendations, and proof of publication, applicability effect, severability, copies on file, and effective date.
All right, and can I get a motion to continue to the May 8th, 2025 meeting?
Motion to continue. Second.
Motion from Deputy Mayor Fletcher, second by Councilmember Urban. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Urban.
Aye.
Councilmember Gilbert.
Aye.
Councilmember Fletcher.
Aye.
Councilmember Paul.
Aye.
Mayor Robertson.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0.
Madam Clerk, please read item number 5, ordinance number 2025-15.
Final public hearing for ordinance number 2025-15, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of St. Cloud, Florida, assigning a zoning district of PUD, Plan Unit Development, for approximately plus minus 17.18 acres identified as East Side Park PUD, located north of East 10th Street and south of Lake Runnymede, providing for entering the designation of the official zoning map, providing for approval of the preliminary master plan, filing of the Planning Commission's recommendations, proof of publication, severability, and effective date.
And can I get a motion to move this item to May 8th, 2025 meeting?
Motion.
Motion from Councilmember
Second.
Gilbert, second from Councilmember Paul. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Gilbert.
Aye.
Deputy Mayor Fletcher.
Aye.
Councilmember Paul.
Aye.
Councilmember Urban.
Aye.
Mayor Robertson.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0.
Madam Clerk, please read item number 12, ordinance 2025-24.
Final public hearing for ordinance number 2025-24. An ordinance of the City Council of the City of St. Cloud, Florida, to annex into the City of St. Cloud approximately plus minus 2.5 acres identified as Anthem Ralph Miller Road, located east of South Narcousie Road and north of Ralph Miller Road and south of Ditson Drive and west of Hackney Road, in accordance with the voluntary annexation provisions of Chapter 171.044 Florida statutes.
All right, can I get a motion to move that item to the May 8th, 2025 meeting?
Motion to continue.
Motion from Deputy Mayor Fletcher,
Second.
second Councilmember Paul. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Deputy Mayor Fletcher.
Aye.
Councilmember Paul.
Aye.
Councilmember Urban.
Aye.
Councilmember Gilbert.
Aye.
Mayor Robertson.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0.
And Madam Clerk, please read item number 13, ordinance 2025-25.
Final public hearing for ordinance number 2025-25. An ordinance of the City Council of the City of St. Cloud, Florida, assigning a future land use designation of public institutional to approximately plus minus 2.5 acres identified at Ralph Miller Road, located east of South Narcousie Road, north of Ralph Miller Road, and south of Ditson Drive, and west of Hackney Road, providing for amending of the official future land use map and of the comprehensive plan, filing of the Planning Commission's recommendations, and proof of publication, applicability effects, severability, copies on file, and effective date.
And can I get a motion to move to the May 8th, 2025 meeting?
Motion.
Motion from Councilmember Gilbert,
Second.
second Councilmember Paul. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Paul.
Aye.
Councilmember Urban.
Aye.
Councilmember Gilbert.
Aye.
Deputy Mayor Fletcher.
Aye.
Mayor Robertson.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0.
And Madam Clerk, please call item number 15, ordinance number 2025-26.
Final public hearing for ordinance number 2025-26. An ordinance of the City Council of the City of St. Cloud, Florida, providing the zoning amendment of the zoning map of the Land Development Code of the City of St. Cloud, Florida, specifically changing the zoning designation of approximately plus minus 2.5 acres identified of Anthem Ralph Miller Road from LDR, Low Density Residential, County, or Open Spaces and Recreation City, zoning designation with a public institutional future land use designation located east of South Narcousie Road and north of Ralph Miller Road, south of Ditson Drive, and west of Hackney Road, providing for entering the designation of the official zoning map, filing of the Planning Commission's recommendations, approval, publication, severability, and effective date.
And can I get a motion to move that item to May 8th, 2025 meeting?
Motion to continue.
Second.
Motion from Deputy Mayor Fletcher, second from Councilmember Urban. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Urban.
Aye.
Councilmember Gilbert.
Aye.
Deputy Mayor Fletcher.
Aye.
Councilmember Paul.
Aye.
Mayor Robertson.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0.
All right, thank you. And can I get a motion from council to approve all proclamations on this agenda?
Motion to approve.
Motion from Councilmember Urban,
Second.
second from Councilmember Paul. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Gilbert.
Aye.
Deputy Mayor Fletcher.
Aye.
Councilmember Paul.
Aye.
Councilmember Urban.
Aye.
Mayor Robertson.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0.
All right, first up, we have Councilmember Urban to present his proclamation. This is the proclamation and recognition of National Day of Prayer by Councilmember Urban to Randy Law.
These are my support.
All right. Whereas America was founded on the principles of religious faith and freedom, and throughout history, our state and nation, we have humbly prayed for guidance and comfort where needed and have given thanks for the many blessings which God has graciously bestowed upon his nation since inception. Whereas prayer is regarded by millions as the most important utterance for mankind for its benefit, and the National Day of Prayer is a day set aside by Congress for all Americans to pray and reaffirm the spiritual principles upon which this nation was founded. And whereas every state across America, the observance of National Day of Prayer will be held on Thursday, May 1st, 2025, with the theme Pour Out
to God the hope and be filled, based on Romans 15:13. Now may the God of hope fill you with all joy and peace in believing, so that you will abound in hope by the power of the Holy Spirit. And whereas across our nation and the world on May 1st, 2025, Americans will unite at specific times in prayer to acknowledge our dependence upon God, to ask for forgiveness, mercy, grace, peace, and wisdom as we are faced with unprecedented challenges, and to give thanks for the many blessings our country has received, to recognize our need for personal and corporate renewal and moral values, to invoke God's wisdom and blessing upon our leaders, and ask God to heal and unite our city, state, and nation during these difficult times. Therefore, I, Colby Irvin, council member of the city of St. Cloud, Florida, along with the city council, do hereby proclaim Thursday, May 1st, 2025, National Day of Prayer.
I would like to invite all of you and share with others as well from 12 to 1. If you are close to the Kissimmee area, we will be at the at the Osceola County Courthouse from 12 to 1. There will be at the pavilion here at the lakefront. Will be also from 12 to 1. It used to be that I could make it to Kissimmee City Hall, St. Cloud, and the courthouse within 1 hour. I can't do that anymore. But Brenda Yates will be the one that will be here in St. Cloud. Even if you can only come for 5 minutes, come and show support. Come and truly just give God the honor that's due him. I just want a real quick quote from Henry Wilson. Remember ever and always that your country was founded by the stern old Puritans who made the deck of the Mayflower an altar of the living God, and whose first act on touching the soil of the New World was to offer on bended knees thanksgiving to Almighty God. We are a blessed nation. The only way we're going to stay blessed is if we remember who God is. He is our number one priority. We need to get back to where we teach our kids in schools the God that created them. So God bless you. Thank you.
And that is just at the Performing Arts Pavilion here in St. Cloud at 12 noon on May 1st, which is Thursday. Thank you.
Thank you. Good to see you.
All right, well, next up, we have a proclamation and recognition of National Telecommunicator Week by Mayor Robertson to Nadine Zilke. And the telecommunicators. Fun fact, me and Nadine played baseball when we were 10 years old together. All right. Whereas emergency telecommunicators are the first and most critical contact our citizens have with emergency services, providing life-saving assistance and prompt response coordination in times and crisis. And whereas the dedicated men and women of emergency communication centers serve as the vital link between the public and first responders, ensuring the safety and well-being of both citizens and emergency personnel. And whereas these professionals handle thousands of emergency calls each year, demonstrating unwavering commitment, professionalism, and the ability to remain calm under pressure while making critical decisions. And whereas National Telecommunicator Week, observed annually during the second full week of April, recognizes the contributions of these skilled individuals who provide essential services 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And whereas the City of St. Cloud acknowledges and deeply appreciates the hard work, sacrifice, and dedication of our emergency telecommunicators, whose efforts directly impact the safety and security of our community. And whereas it is fitting that we honor and celebrate the valuable contributions of our public safety telecommunicators and recognize them for their service to the citizens of St. Cloud. Now therefore, I, Christian B. Robertson, Mayor of the City of St. Cloud, along with the City Council, do hereby proclaim the week of April 14th through 20th, 2025 as National Telecommunicator Week. In the City of St. Cloud, I encourage all citizens to recognize and express their gratitude for the dedication and hard work of our emergency telecommunicators.
You were hiding over there quite well. I just want to point that out.
Squeeze in some more. You ready to jump on the other side? Why do you think I stood next to you?
All right, next up, we have a presentation of Sammy's Big Adventure Book. Sammy. Is Sammy in the building?
I know Sammy's
I
here.
think he's here.
Oh,
They're-
there's
they're
Sammy.
coming.
Sammy hit his head.
Sammy hit his head, poor guy.
Oh, really? Did we hear one other voice?
I am. I think they're still coming. Keep coming this way, kids. Yeah, keep coming this way. Little ones up front.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Christina St. Louis, and I'm the Educational Program Supervisor for the Parks and Recreation Department. I was meant to be joined tonight by Crystal Hamrick, the Youth Services Librarian at the St. Cloud branch of the Osceola Library System. However, she's under the weather and couldn't be here with us today. Back in October 2024, Crystal approached me with a wonderful idea. She wanted to create a children's book that would follow the exciting adventures of our beloved mascot, Sammy the Sandhill Crane, as he explored the beautiful city of St. Cloud. I absolutely loved the concept and was thrilled for all of our kiddos to be involved. And just like that, the adventures of Sammy the Sandhill Crane was born. To bring this vision to life, Crystal designed a 3-day writing workshop hosted at the library during our Thanksgiving camp. All 41 of our campers participated virtually via Zoom, while Crystal led the sessions in person for the children attending at the library. The workshop featured virtual visits from Crystal and a local Florida author, Ariel Hahi. We also had a local illustrator scheduled to join via Zoom, but unfortunately, she was ill and she couldn't make it. I want to give you guys a quick breakdown of the workshop experience. On day one, the kids had a special virtual visit from Florida author Ariel Hahi, who presented how to be an author. She walked the kids through the key steps of writing a story, starting with writing an idea, developing characters, and building a strong plot. She encouraged them to keep revisiting until their stories felt just right. Ariel even shared her own writing journey, including how she wrote her book, The Sixth Sunday, and found her illustrator on Instagram. On day two, Our young writers rolled up their sleeves and got to work refining their stories. They polished their characters, added more details to their plots, and even began sketching scenes to match their writing. It was so exciting to see their ideas really start to come to life. On day 3, and the final day, they brought it all together. The kids completed their final drafts and finished their artwork. Each one signed the author page, officially claiming their spots as published authors. Then all their hard work was handed off to Crystal, who carefully organized the submissions, retyped anything that needed a little bit of clarity, and sent everything off to the publishing company. We are so proud to present the final product. A beautiful book that captures the creativity, hard work, spirit of our amazing students. And we're especially excited to have several of our young authors here with us tonight. To all the students standing here with me who helped bring the adventures of Sammy the Sandhill Crane to life, please join me in giving them a round of applause. Thank you for your imagination, your effort, and your teamwork. You've created something truly special. Thank you.
Sure. Boom, got it.
Parents, you can pick up your Sammy the Sandhill Crane adventure book in the bridge outside across the way.
Before we get going, we have a council member here who is celebrating a birthday today, so I'd like everybody to please sing happy birthday to Councilmember Ken Gilbert. And happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Ken. Happy birthday to you.
And Mayor, I think we need to keep a closer eye on Sammy. I saw him sneaking over to Tampa the other day.
All right, next up on the agenda here, we have a presentation by the Central Florida Expressway Authority.
Good evening. Talk about some tough acts to follow. I'll hopefully not put you to sleep too early. Mayor Robinson, council members, thank you for having us here today. On behalf of Central Florida Expressway Authority, we're very happy to be here to share with you the latest updates on the projects we have ongoing in Osceola County. My name is Will Hawthorne. I serve as the Director of Transportation Planning and Policy. And without further ado, with me tonight are Mary Brooks on our communications team. Without further ado, we'll go ahead and get started. So we'll start off with a quick look at our 2045 master plan. This serves as our proverbial roadmap when it comes to priorities and which projects we as an agency decide to study and analyze next. Our current master plan, which looks at the horizon year of 2045, identified a number of new expressways, which may come as no surprise, that are primarily located in Osceola County. That translates to nearly 50 new miles of transportation options in this county alone. And since this was adopted in 2022, we have almost all of those projects in Osceola County underway in some form of the project development process, being planning, design, or construction. And believe it or not, I was here in 2021 soliciting your input for this master plan, and it's kind of hard to believe how fast time flies, and now we're getting ready to update it, believe it or not. All right, so this video, this is the time lapse. Let me make sure I don't, okay, there we go. All right, they say a picture's worth 1,000 words. I'll offer this time lapse video that is goes from 1989 to current day, which shows quite literally the addition of thousands of rooftops. And what's notable, aside from 417 at the top of the screen, is there hasn't really been any new major transportation corridors established that serve Osceola County and surrounding areas. So what I'm presenting to you today, this goes to show that that corridor and that opportunity to get something done is rapidly closing. And in fact, if you look at the very top of the screen, you can see where 417, oops, try this again. We were in the process of building 417 at the very beginning of this slide. So how are we planning for growth? When we absorbed the Osceola County Expressway Authority, one of the commitments was to take in their master plan and kind of see those projects through to fruition. Much of what you see here represents that. The study areas have been updated based on the progress we've made on each corridor. And we'll start off with the Point Santa Parkway extension, which is on the left side of the screen. That is about a 3-mile extension that we have under design that will connect into County Road 532 or Osceola Polk Line Road. We're working in conjunction with DOT and Turnpike, which they are doing the segment between I-4 and where we leave off. We are a major financial partner in that project to make sure it gets all the way to I-4 to the tune of $230 million. So we've kind of let them take the lead on that project. We're taking the lead on Point Santa Parkway extension. And as you move down to the south, you see the orange shading on the map. That's the study area for the Southport Connector, which I'm sure many of you have heard about. That project is in the planning phase or the PD&E phase. Continuing east and to the north, we have the Northeast Connector Phase 2. That too is in the PD&E phase. And that connects into our State Route 534 alignment, which is in design as we speak. So if you start to put all these pieces of the puzzle together, you see how the vision of a beltway for Osceola County is coming together. To dig into the details a little bit, we'll start off with Point Santa Parkway. Again, this is a 3-mile extension of where it ends today at Ronald Reagan Boulevard. It will be a 4-lane section. Has been divided into 2 design segments, both of which are well underway in design, and we're working our way through permitting. And a third project is actually getting ready to go out for construction, construction bids, that is. And that is to complete the 4-laning on 532. This was a partnership project that we did with Osceola County. And if you travel 532 today, which is Champions Gate and I-4, much of that's been improved with 4 lanes. It does neck down to 2 lanes as you continue east. And we'll be finishing that out to 1792. Moving on to the Southport Connector PD&E project. This is in the planning phase or project development and environment phase. This project has been ongoing for a couple of years now. We are planning to have it brought in and completed by December of this year. It's about a 15-mile corridor that starts where Point Santa Parkway ends at Cypress Parkway on the kind of the left side of the screen where it straddles the Osceola Polk Line Road. It does co-locate with Cypress Parkway. And then as you cross Reedy Creek, the study area expands out. We've got 3 different alternatives or alignments that we're looking at, all of which do have a common interchange point with Turnpike, and then will ultimately connect into Canoe Creek Road. That project, like I said, we're hoping to have that completed by December of this year. The public hearings for that will be held in the fall, so stay tuned for those dates. Our next project is the Northeast Connector Expressway Phase 2. This picks up where the Southport Connector Expressway leaves off. It ultimately will connect in with State Route 534. We started off the study about a year ago with 7 different corridors under consideration. We've since narrowed that down to, I'll say, 3.5 corridors. A number of those were co-located, so we've eliminated the segments that had either high social impacts or environmental impacts. And we're kind of working through the different alignment tweaks right now to see what we can do to minimize any impacts to those following corridors. This segment is about 17 to 21 miles. It's a massive study area. That blue segment you see there is bigger than St. Cloud and Kissimmee put together. So there's a lot of data that has to be gathered and a lot of interviews and things like that we need to analyze and take into account. And as you see, as you go up to the north, it does tie in where the 534 ends. That's Nova Road. So that's the logical termini for that part of the project. So moving on to 534, this project, or this alignment rather, has been divided up into 5 different design projects. We do that so that it's more manageable from a workload perspective, both on the design and construction side. These are, almost all of them are under design right now. We anticipate the first one going to construction in early to mid 2027. And that would get us all the way down to Searles Drive. This is primarily a big reliever to Narcousie Road, which if you travel that road, really most parts during the day, it's quite full. So we're very eager to get that moving and underway. That really concludes my presentation. I'd be happy to answer any questions. I do thank you for the time and look forward to making some serious investments in Osceola County.
All right, thank you very much. Councilmember Urban.
And thank you for your presentation. I think everyone who's driven around here in Osceola County knows that we definitely have a traffic issue. So this is we're really, really excited to see these in motion. I just did have one question about the 534, the Northeast Connector.
Okay.
You said the first phase of that would be it would go down to Searles Road.
So phase 1 of, I'm sorry, you said of Northeast Connector?
The northeast,
the purple area?
Yes.
Okay, so the first phase of that, we already did the planning study, and that was the segment from Searles Drive down to Nova Road. So that PD&E has been done. It is programmed for design or engineering in our 5-year work plan.
Okay.
So yeah, that's moving. That's on its way to moving into design.
Great. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
All right, Councilmember Gilbert.
Yeah, thank you. Being a member of MetroPlan, these have come about to us, but there's so many different entities that work together to get these things done. So I appreciate your communication skills. I'd been talking to our Mr. Soto over here, and we're looking at getting a connector, maybe a train down to Narcousie Road to handle the transportation. I know that's a thought now, and we're working on it, but it should and can become a reality. So we're going to work hard with that with our representative. And also, I appreciate this. Speaking to our citizens, when you can inform them of what's happening, it's a lot better, even though it may take a few years. You know, some of these things are 2027, 2028, 2029. That's not very far down the road, especially for the construction. So I appreciate what you do, but just in the back of your head, if we can get connector to the airport down in Narcousie to 192 would just be awesome for transportation. As you said, Narcousie is one of our busiest roads. When I moved here 36 years ago, there's more cows than were people, and Narcousie was 1 lane. Well, that's not going to happen. I don't believe widening is the answer because of eminent domain and the land you take, but I think transportation and transit is going to be the answer in the future. But I certainly appreciate you coming here to talk about this tonight and letting our citizens know. It helps us be able to explain it better. So thank you. I yield back, Mayor.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much for the presentation. Obviously, our city is growing and our whole community is growing, and our roads, they're much needed. It takes a lot longer to get to the other side of the county than
It
it
sure
used to.
does. It sure does. Thank you. And just one more thing. So when we've set up the typical section for this beltway, it does have an envelope for some form of multimodal train, bus. We don't know what it is, but we have set that aside when we're doing this. So we're trying to look out into the future, and, cars may not be the answer all the time, but we are setting that aside. So I appreciate you pointing that out. And it's something that we're trying to be very cognizant of.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir. Thank you
Thank
very
you.
much. Appreciate you. All right. And next, I'd like to welcome our U.S. Congressman, Darren Soto.
I was going to start with the veterans tourism idea, but I'm with transportation just being there. If I may first just briefly talk about it. So we know we have the I-4 expansion going on right now. That's $3.4 billion, half from the feds, from the infrastructure law, and from the American Rescue Plan, half from the state. The governor and the state has been a good partner with us on that road. And now Poinciana Parkway, that's a $1.3 billion project. Again, about half from the state, half from the feds, as was just alluded to, as we're going to get folks all the way to I-4. But next is that Southport connector, which should form, if everything goes right and as our urban growth boundary stays strong, the southernmost part of the Beltway that forms the 417 and the 429. And there should continue to be local input on how we ultimately connect that up. And I appreciate Commissioner Gilbert's comments. So we've already started talking with both Mayor Dyer and with transportation officials about the city's potential, a vision that many of you have expressed to me about bringing Sunrail out of the airport down Narcoossee, connecting it to both Lake Nona and St. Cloud. Things start as ideas, and then they go from there. Right now is just an idea to connect the airport and the theme parks, but now we're on track for what could be a $6 billion project to connect Orlando and Tampa through Brightline, and to connect the theme parks and to connect the airport through Sunrail and allow Sunrail on the weekends too. Not that the Turnpike is in my jurisdiction, but it is being built finally. I know as I was driving down here from the airport, because I just landed a few hours ago, everybody bottlenecks right now at Osceola Parkway. I live in Kissimmee, so normally I'm making that right, but obviously I was coming here tonight, and it warms my heart to see them finally expanding the Turnpike south of there all the way to Whaley Boulevard, and that's going to be so critical for the residents of St. Cloud. We want to give people the option, right? They want to fly, they want to take the bus, they want to take the train, they want to drive. We want to give Central Floridians options, and we're going to continue to work on that. I came here tonight, though, because the mayor and I had a wonderful conversation a while back when you visited me in Washington about, as one of the focuses of the city, making it a veterans tourist destination, something that I think is an absolutely brilliant idea, and I wanted to come here today to express my support for that. Whether it's Soldier City or the Friendly Soldier City or any other moniker you want to use, that's a local decision, of course. The idea of honoring our service members and veterans, embracing our history as Soldier City, founded by Union soldiers back in the day, I think is an absolutely amazing brand for us to consider as we're marketing the city, embracing that history. Central Florida is home to 145,665 veterans by last check. We have Disney already has Shades of Green, which is a huge tourism there's a huge tourism veterans market out there. Lake Nona, VA, which we literally have not only all year round residents, but snowbirds coming down, is right up the street. And of course, we already have so many of these elements in the city, from the Mount Peace Cemetery, which is the only place to be on Memorial Day, in my opinion, in the district, which is why I'm so thrilled to be here each year. Veterans Park, which we could talk about in the future, should it be the vision of the city to help with upgrades of that, possibly making New York Avenue a Veterans Way, simply having different stations to highlight different soldiers' histories and the role with St. Cloud. I know you have a new city parking building, which potentially might be able to, if you build additional space in it, might be able to be part of it. And I know there's also mention of a potential Victory Garden at City Hall, all amazing ideas. And then imagine veterans tourism programming, veteran artists, historic experiences, farmers markets, weave in recreation. And we're committed to help. I know we've already had some discussions with the city manager about a new community project request for pedestrian barricades. That hasn't been approved yet by the city, so I'm just throwing out there that that's a discussion. But you know how we operate at our office, we await the city's determination on that. But those pedestrian barricades can help with a lot of these events that you all may plan. In addition, we're committed to future grants and project requests that may support this vision, should it be the one that the city adopts. And by no means is this an exclusive identity for the city or an exclusive economic vision. We know pursuing downtown businesses, recreational tourism, manufacturing, healthcare technology, all also key as we're pursuing both healthcare technology in Lake Nona and microchip technology in Neo City. You all are part of both those big areas. But I wanted to come here today to just say, Mayor, I do love the idea, embracing our history, honoring our veterans and service members, and maybe just shaving off a little of that tourism that's going to down 192 the other way, with a strong theme among others like recreational tourism that we're so well known for. So thank you for having me tonight, and I appreciate the partnership with the City Council.
Yes, sir,
Appreciate it.
Congressman. Thank you. And I appreciate you meeting with me for lunch there in the Capitol.
You bet.
It was amazing and great ideas. I love the support for the idea. We actually created a few months ago, the St. Cloud Veterans Advisory Committee. And so we've got those seats placed and we look forward to doing the great things with that for our veterans here. And you talked about farmers market and veteran resources. So hopefully at Veterans Park, we can kind of put something together there. And I'm going to go ahead and let Councilmember Urban have some comments on this.
Just wanted to thank Congressman Soto for being here tonight, and I love that idea. We are the soldier city, and love to embrace the veteran tourism aspect of our city as well. So great idea. Would love to support something like that.
Yeah, I made a comment to the county manager yesterday in our lunch that I'd like to get some of that tourism money over here from that side of town. So.
Well, I could maybe muscle them a with them a little bit. We'll see. I work with them a lot for Brand USA goes to our committee in the Energy and Commerce Committee, and with Visit Florida, that forms some of the funding as well as for our local visitors bureau. So I'll certainly do letters of support as we look for both state, local, and federal funding, as well as for different infrastructure that may help you all. I just think it makes a lot of sense, and I want to be here to support you all in your vision.
Yes, sir. And potentially some infrastructure improvements like the Veterans Park. And if that, we kind of tie the ideas into that. I think that's what we talked about.
If that's the city's will, I didn't want to get too detailed.
That's all right.
For you.
Hey,
Those are local decisions.
This is where we get to talk about it.
I look forward to your future community project requests, and certainly will be supportive of it.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. We do
Yeah,
appreciate
thanks for having
everything
me.
you do
Appreciate
for
it.
us.
It's an honor.
for your time.
Yep. Thank you. And Josh, I believe you're going to be on our Veterans Advisory Committee, right? All right. Yep. All right, the next portion of tonight's meeting is the consent agenda, which contains items that have been determined to be routine and non-controversial. If anyone in the audience wishes to address a particular item on the consent agenda, now is the opportunity to do so. Additionally, if staff or members of the city council wish to speak on the consent item, they have the same opportunity. Yeah, do we have any council members? Would you like to pull any items on the consent?
I'd like to pull item E and L.
And do we have anyone in the audience who would like to speak on any of the items on the consent agenda? B and L?
E as in Echo.
Yep, sorry.
And L as in Lima.
And Mayor, I'd like to pull J as well.
Mayor, with your pleasure, I'd like to do A, B, E, and G.
A, B,
E and G,
E, and G.
if I may, please. And L, I'm
So we
sorry.
have L. And we have J, right?
Okay, yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
All right, well, let's start at the top with A. Was that Councilmember Gilbert?
Yes. When I looked at A, we looked at a mobility-free credit for the right-of-way Lake Gentry. That cost was in the upwards of $7 million, Mayor. I asked city manager and assistant city manager to give me the total of mobility-free fee credits for that area. Therefore, we know what percentage is that we're giving the mobility fee credits for. So I'd like to see all the mobility fees for that specific project to see what percentage that we're giving in credits.
You don't have that number
I
though?
do not have that, sir.
Give me one second.
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
Computer's going really slow right now. I'm so sorry.
But while she's pulling it up, council, I know we don't get much chance to talk, but I know there can be a percentage of what goes into the private practice building these infrastructure roads at less cost for us because of PD&Es and studies and things governmentals have to do. But I'd like to find out what percentage of total mobility fees it is, because there are other infrastructure needs that the city may have leading into these new developments. Mobility fees, what I understand, are anything that impacts the streets into the new development. So I'd like to see a percentage. I know there should be, but I don't know what that percentage is yet. And at the pleasure of council, I'd like to discuss that.
I'm so sorry, but I don't have my notes. I had that for both of the first two projects, and I'm not finding those in my notes currently, and I don't know if Miss Dunklin is here. Do you have that information, Melissa? Or if Miss Rec.
Well, I'll go ahead and jump in on this. I was also going to, as y'all know, I'm not a huge fan of giving away large amounts of mobility fee credits until we look at it a little deeper. I like to move it to the next meeting, but also have our next workshop. We can talk about that. Maybe we'll get all the information for everybody for that. So I go ahead and make a motion to move it to the May 8th, 2025 meeting.
I think Miss Thacker may be the attorney for it.
Yes, Joe, come on up.
Good evening, Joe Thacker, 17 South Orlando Avenue, Kissimmee. This project is actually in the county right now, and this agreement's already been approved by the county. So because of the interlocal agreement that y'all approved in November, all of these road agreements have to be approved by both the city and the county. But what we have done is calculated the additional amount that this developer is not required to build. And those are the credits that they are seeking. Those are the additional infrastructure that's going in. So the impact, the mobility fees that are collected would offset that. And there's more impact fee or mobility fees being collected than what would be charged against this actual agreement. So I just wanted to make sure you all are aware about how this project came about and that it has already been approved by the county, but you all are both required to do it, and it is in the county. And the engineer of record is also here, and he can answer any of the technical questions that you may have on the agreement.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Good
Na-
evening, Council.
name
Sean
for-
Hendel, Hanson Walton Associates, 8 Broadway, Kissimmee, Florida. So this project, just so you know, the county is in the process of doing a PD&E study on Hickory Tree Road. And as part of this MXD 5 and 6, which they call the Alligator Chain of Lakes MXD area, which I'm sure you guys are aware, they created premium transit corridors and boulevards and framework roads. So this project was already approved with doing access improvements on Lake Gentry Road. So adding left turn lanes and 2 right turn lanes. It's only 500 units, and it's not a very large project. When you think about the MXD area and you think about the 14,000 units we're designing in the Kissimmee Park area. The county came to us and said, hey, we want to get this premium transit corridor started. So we would like you to do a feasibility study on the roadway, identify the right-of-way, fund the right-of-way for the county, and build the 4-lane divided, designed as a 6-lane divided roadway. So we're building 3/4 of a mile of Hickory Tree, from Hickory Tree Road to 3/4 of a mile south of Hickory Tree Road, a premium transit corridor. This will be the road in the future that continues south and then turns west onto Mildred Bass, and then continues across Canoe Creek Road to the turnpike to a new turnpike interchange. So this is the first phase of that roadway. Does the project need 4-lane divided for that many units? No. Does it need a 6-lane road for that many units? No. This is a county roadway. We already have approved plans without the roadway, and staff has come back to us, and the developer has agreed that if this is something that the public needs, that he wants to work with you. So the only thing that we added in cost was the additional cost of the road. Our project doesn't even go 3/4 of a mile south of Hickory Tree. The southernmost point's a 1/2 mile from Hickory Tree Road. And then there's a gap of about 1/4 mile before you get to our projects. We own 1/4 mile of it. We're building 3/4 of a mile, and we're doing it as a 4-lane divided. We're doing the feasibility studies in case any right-of-way is challenged in court. You can do a PD&E or a feasibility study. So we're doing a feasibility study. We're funding that. We're identifying all the right-of-way from the properties that we don't have control of, which is over 60-70% of the corridor. And then we're going to secure the right-of-way and create design plans and then build the road. If you can think, if we take down 200 units a year, it's 3 years that he's done building the subdivision. It's going to take at least 3 years to get the right-of-way maps, the feasibility study, and the design. So in his last phase, he'll be building a very large road that really isn't for his project, it's for the county and their ultimate goal for that MXD framework area. So this is an important road. To the east of Lake Gentry Road on Hickory Tree, that is also a premium transit corridor. So that'll be a ultimate 6-lane facility. It's 4 lanes divided traffic plus multimodal lanes in the center that are 14 feet wide each. And then once you go to the west of Lake Gentry Road, Hickory Tree Road would be a boulevard. Still be a 4-lane divided, but it doesn't have the multimodal access to it. So that study is well underway. It should be done this December, and from the consultant. So the project that's across from Hickory Village is called Triple H South. That is 873 units. They funded the PD&E study. They're also going to work with us and give us the right-of-way and take part of the drainage into their ponds. So that'll be part of that study as well. So it's where the county manager had the vision that he wants to get these roads built with development instead of after development. This is one of those visions. And this one is one that is a little bit beyond because the road's not serving the project at all. It's serving the area. So just wanted to give you a little bit of background. If you have any questions, I'll be glad to add.
Yes, sir. Councilmember Urban.
Yeah, so the way I look at this, and I know when you see mobility fee credits, I wish they were named something different because it really is what I think is private companies can build roads a lot faster and cheaper than government can. And when we partner with these private companies to do that, I think it's done more efficiently. So I do understand that it's sort of a necessary evil when it comes to these the developments to partner with them to be able to build the roads. And that's just the way that I look at it. I know it's definitely a discussion we can have at another workshop, but I know that private companies can just do it quicker and cheaper than we can. That's all.
Deputy Mayor Fletcher.
I echo the same comments that Councilmember Urban has spoke about this evening at our intergovernmental meeting. There was a word that somebody used that was different than mobility fees, and I found it, that's a lot better, but I don't remember what it was. I do think that we're able to get a transportation corridor through there built faster, more efficient, and a lot cheaper to the taxpayer by partnering, like Councilmember Urban said, with private developers to ensure that the infrastructure is in place in the long term. If we were to deny this and it not get built, it's going to be years down the road. The right of way is going to be more money. It's going to be more taxing to the taxpayer. So I don't, and I love Councilmember Gilbert. I do think if we move this to a workshop, it would just ultimately delay it and then it eventually get approved anyways. I don't think it's fair to the developer at this point to put it on the back burner. That's just my comments.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Yeah, nobody's talking about denying anything here. I believe Councilmember Gilbert was just looking for more information. I was told there are no plans. That's where, Sean, I don't know if you have any plans that we can see of where the roads are, what's being improved.
So we've done a preliminary plan. It was part of the developer's agreement. Because it was an engineering plan and it had a lot of detail, it confused some of the reviewers. So they removed it from the agreement, if I'm correct, Joe. Yeah, so they removed that plan. But yes, we do have a plan that shows the alignment, shows the drainage. And to your point on cost, our design fee is about 25%. If I was doing this for the government and I had to follow the DOT guidelines as far as how I price it, we're about 25% of what it costs for me to design for the government. So it is a big savings to the county. And the private side, we've already negotiated with one of the adjacent property owners to adjust his plan, provide the right of way that's needed for the roadway, and take half of the road corridor into his pond. And he's already modified his permits to do that. So they're going to do a separate agreement with ResiBuilt directly. Between Highland Homes and ResiBuilt to let them know that, yes, we're going to provide you this right away and we're going to provide the drainage. So just those costs alone are off the table for the county to have this road completed. But as Joe said, this project's solely within the county. It's not adjacent to the city. It is in your JPA area. And as part of the JPA, we have to have all developer agreements have to be tri-party. So the county's already approved this on Monday. So we're just needing, because of the JPA, we need your approval so we can go move forward. This has delayed our client and Carry on the land over a year and a half trying to get to this point. And so they're very anxious because their carry costs are getting very expensive. So
Yes, sir. I think and I understand the delays and I hate that. But I mean, we just find out about this 6 days ago.
Yes, sir.
So that's where, and when there's no plans or there's no total number provided to us, I have a hard time swallowing giving 100% of mobility fee credits, and maybe it's not. If there are some fees that we are going to collect, that's okay. But I was just wondering what percentage. I think that's what
I
Councilmember
have
Green
that.
was that. City Manager.
I'm sorry. So the credits are $6,839,993.67. It is going to approximately generate $7,137,673.52.
What is the percentage of that?
Someone said 96. They do math fast.
So 4% of that it's coming to us, or is going to be paid
It'll be paid to the county.
To the county.
to the county?
Projects in the county.
Councilmember Gilbert.
Yeah, just one question, Mr. Adams, if I may. And it was, thank you for explaining this to us, because sometimes we like to plan And I know you're a planner, also an engineer, so I'm glad I didn't have to see that floor plan because it's a little above my pay grade. But what percentage is going to impact your development, and what percentage, because my bell went off there, that is not impacting, but you're still doing that? Is it 1/3 or 2/3 of this road? So are you telling me that like $2 million is what's going to impact your development, and the other 4 million is going to be something that it's not, you don't have to do, but you're doing it
Well,
for that? I just,
yeah, let me,
I'm a figures and numbers guy. I
yeah, so let me
apologize.
see if I can put it in
Thank you, Mayor.
a different term. So currently, Lake Gentry Road's a 2-lane road and 70 feet of right of way. We have approved plans from the county, not doing this road at all. So we have approved plans. We had to add a left turn lane and a right turn lane at one of our access points on Lake Gentry Road. So the cost of doing those improvements for our TI is all this project needed to do. The county came to us when they approved the MXD area. There was a caveat and approval of a PS. We already had our SDP approved that said if they make a change any of the roads to framework roads, that we have to come back to them and work with them on putting this together. And that's what we did. We didn't fight with them. We said, okay, well, if you're telling us that's what the condition of approval is, then we'll work with you. So as far as the amount of this road, the existing road serves the project 100%. There's also improvements on Hickory Tree Road and right-of-way dedicated on Hickory Tree Road for the frontage. We have a little bit of frontage on Hickory Tree on the project. And that portion is also going to have improvements. So there'll be turn lanes and widenings for the ultimate boulevard section of Hickory Tree Road. We're going to be increasing the drainage and doing the drainage. So when you think about this, if we have a 2-lane road and we put in drainage, we may need a maximum of a 36-inch pipe to service that roadway. And now we're putting in drainage for a future 6-lane road. So we have to more than double the number of inlets and inlet spacings. We have to increase our pipes to more in the range of 72-inch pipes to be able to drain that big of a road into that system. So all of those increases in size to take the magnitude of the road that they want built is what the additional costs are. So I'm going to guess to you that there's about 10% of that cost would have been a direct impact of our project, and probably 90% is not. And when you think about all of the property off of us, going a quarter mile south of us, and we have to buy all the right-of-way, impact the wetlands and the mitigation, and extend the road a quarter mile south of us, that's obviously, there's no benefit. That road does not cross the canal. It dead ends at Lake Gentry. There's no benefit to our project at all for that. So but it makes sense because we have to, if we transition back to the 2-lane road, then you got to come back and rebuild all that. So we're going to take it to quarter mile, build the full section and stripe it out. And so in the future, when they extend it, it'll be easier to extend.
Yeah, we looked at widening roads, and the cost to widen the road is double the cost of building road, and I apologize for not addressing you by your proper name. So
No problem.
please forgive me for that.
I like him, so it's okay.
Well, and I saw him looking at me, go, hey, sorry, Mr. Adams. But thanks for explaining that. But widening for me is a tough thing. Building now, because eminent domain and stuff, is the right thing. That's just one
Yes.
council person's opinion. I yield back to you, Mayor.
All right, thank you. City Attorney, do you have anything?
I just want to sort of make sure that I understand what sort of the discussion is today. This project's in the county. To the extent it stays in the county, this project will pay no mobility fees to the city. So when you're talking about credits that are referenced in this agreement, those are not city mobility fee credits. So make sure everyone understands those are credits the county's going to give to the funds that are going to be paid. The county's already approved it, as I understand. They're okay with providing these credits towards the project. It meets the requirement for mobility fee eligible. As Mr. Hindle pointed out, they only need 2 lanes. They're asked to build 4, simply. Basically to simplify it. So it meets that criteria. So I just want to make sure we understand what we're talking about here on this particular case. And it is part, as he pointed out, we did enter into this agreement last year that requires these to be basically tri-party agreements when they come forward because of where they're located.
Yes, sir, City Attorney, I appreciate that. And I believe I've learned more tonight than I've learned in the past 6 days. Thank you, Shep. Appreciate it.
I'd like to make a motion to approve item A.
We have a motion from Councilmember Urban to approve item A.
Second.
Second from Deputy Mayor Fletcher. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Deputy Mayor Fletcher.
Aye.
Councilmember Paul.
Aye.
Councilmember Urban.
Aye.
Councilmember Gilbert.
Aye.
Mayor Robertson.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0.
All right, next up, we have item B, Resolution 2025-35R. I don't remember who pulled that one.
That was me again, Mayor, and I apologize, but I got a little more information on this. We're looking at a $294,000 mobility fee credit, and I agree with Councilmember Urban and Fletcher. It should be different than the mobility fee because that's really not the category it's in. But I did find out the total mobility fees for that council is over $2 million. So we're at 10%. That to me looks like a doable thing because it makes sense. Once I learn the percentages, that makes sense. But I did ask about the same thing. Out of the 2 million plus in mobility fees, 10% of that will be going to the improvements of Pine Grove Lake and Lake Lizzie Drive. I yield back to you, Mayor.
Yes, sir, Councilmember Gilbert. I approve, I'm sorry, I agree with your comments on that. $294,000 to put in that turn lane. I believe that turn lane will serve most residents in that area and not just particular development or not open up for development. It actually will improve the safety of that area. So can I get a motion on that or any other comments?
Motion to approve item B.
Motion to approve from Councilmember Urban,
Second.
second from Councilmember Paul. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Paul.
Aye.
Councilmember Urban.
Aye.
Councilmember Gilbert.
Aye.
Deputy Mayor Fletcher.
Aye.
Mayor Robertson.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0.
All right, item number E.
Yeah, so this one, I know we had talked at a workshop about purchasing some properties off of Rummel Road for parking and other purposes at the lakefront. Talking to staff at my briefing this week, just the $700,000 is, I understand it's a lakefront lot, but that's a lot of money to be putting out just for parking or whatever it is. And in my discussions with the city manager and staff, without this property, we'd still have room to reorganize the traffic and help that transition from Lakeshore to Rummel Road with a roundabout or whatever it is. So I would not be in favor of spending $700,000 on this particular property, but that's just me.
Councilmember Paul.
I would agree also. I would like to see the funds used for possibly a roundabout. I know homeowners on Lakeshore have complained about the traffic, speeding or someone just stopping in the middle of the road and, for safety reasons. So I would like to see the funds used for possibly a roundabout.
Councilmember Gilbert.
Yes, Mayor, thank you. This Rummel Road, Mississippi, Lakeshore is where this area is we're talking about. And it's a heavy traveled area now. It's constant connecting Narcoossee from Parton Settlement from 192. It's actually what we call the cut through versus 13. I'd asked Kevin in the department to get me a price of what it would take to put a roundabout in that area, along with signage to we could utilize that as they enter our city for city events, safety events, and things such as that. Being in real estate and buying homes throughout my lifetime, I personally wouldn't spend $700,000 on this house today. The market is softer. I don't know if this could be revisited at another time if it does not get sold. But Mayor and Council, I believe Kevin said that a roundabout could be put in without this property being purchased. Again, great piece of property. Just want to make sure that our final game is to put in a transportation roundabout there or something such as that to make it smoother from Mississippi to Rummel to Lakeshore in that tri area there. So my research says we can do a roundabout without this property. I looked at this property personally as a buyer. I didn't think the price was right, but that's just me. And I know we got it appraised and it was appraised at $700,000. So with that, that's just information I gathered for this project, and I yield back to you, Mayor.
Thank you. Kevin, can you please come up here and the podium?
Yes, sir.
Do you have any comments on this item about whether or not we can still put a roundabout in that area?
Kevin Falbler, Public Works Director. It depends on the speed in the roundabout because just a rough area, the faster you want to go around the roundabout, the bigger it's got to be. There's going to be, like I said, the higher speed you have going throughout there, it's going to have. I said it's going to need more space if you're wanting to go, close to full speed of 20 miles an hour because it's a 25-mile-an-hour road. It probably won't fit in there, but we will have to. We can make a smaller traffic circle, that sort of stuff to be able to do that. Right now, it's like I said, it's functioning pretty well the way it is. Like I said, it just has one stop sign, but like I said, as you're talking about, when they start coming around Lakeshore to Mississippi, we widened that radius several years ago to go help try and make it better because it used to be a hard 90. And so like I said, so we could make some improvements in that area with the existing right of way. If you want to have a large roundabout, we would need additional space for that, but we could make improvements in the existing right of ways.
Are we, City Manager, are we still talking about the property across the street as well, about purchasing that?
We are. They have asked for more than it appraises for, so we're having to go back and forth. But I did want to point out, just to make sure that Kevin's clear, the first lot is not the lot that we're talking about on this item right now. It's the second lot. And I believe you did a drawing that showed a roundabout that was using the first lot, which is later on. I just wanted to make sure when you're talking about the speed to the city council that we're all on the same page.
Thank you for that clarification because yes, like I said,
Okay.
but it would be a higher speed one if we were able to use that first lot. So I do apologize. That was the confusion on my part. I do apologize for that.
Okay.
But it still would be probably about a 20-mile-an-hour roundabout that could fit in that area. So I apologize for misspeaking if I did.
No, that's okay.
And I think 20 miles per hour is consistent with that area, right? So we can still do what we need to do on that with just the purchase of that corner lot.
Yes,
Is
sir.
that correct? Okay. All right. Deputy Mayor Fletcher.
What would be the cost to design and build the roundabout in that area?
I've been trying to find costs because obviously, as you're talking about making smaller improvements, the cost per unit goes up. We were looking at probably like I said, with the larger size, it's probably be in the $750,000 to $1 million. It would probably be a good estimate to be able to go with for the construction of one.
Thank you.
Okay. Well, I agree. If it's not needed, 700,000 is a large amount of money. And if we can still accomplish what we need to do, I'm all in favor of that. So can we get a motion on that?
Motion to deny item E as an echo.
We have a motion to deny item E as an echo from Councilmember Urban.
Second.
Second from Councilmember Paul. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Urban.
Aye.
Councilmember Gilbert.
Aye.
Deputy Mayor Fletcher.
Aye.
Councilmember Paul.
Aye.
Mayor Robertson.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you, Kevin. And next we have item number G. Number.
Sorry, it's
item-
me
Letter
again.
G, sorry.
Sorry, it's me again. I work with this great council every day and every month, but we don't get to talk about much. But outside of this office, unless it's workshops, I just want to find a way to take away contingencies. I just want to find a way that if somebody bids on something that the citizens are paying for ultimately, that we're not giving them a cushion to raise their prices. We kind of know what market prices are now. Things are pretty stable, and that 10% just reads to me, let's bid it low and bill it high. I know this is the way the government works. I'm asking the council to help me with ideas on future bids to look at contingencies. And I'm looking at the city manager over there. He's shaking his head. He's been here 27 years, and
City
I'm
attorney.
sure.
I wasn't shaking my head.
City council. Oh, I'm sorry. I
I'm
didn't
not
have
the
my
city manager.
I'm sorry. I didn't have my glasses on. Now I see you over there. Sorry. I have to take
way
them
more
off.
hair.
I'm sorry.
I have way
I have
more
to
hair.
take them off when I read. So you look like a bush over there, a shiny one at that. But But I just don't know, and I could be wrong, of how things are bid out without contingencies built in and governmental things. Dan, can you help me with this?
Well, this particular provision that you've seen in a lot of your contracts was actually from a direction of a previous council. So what was happening on these projects is you put the project out, and in a lot of projects, there are the unexpected cost issues that come up during the construction project. Things are discovered, things need to change. So this basically allowed for staff, through the city manager's approval, after verifying it, to allow that 10% to continue the project without having to bring the agreement back to the city council. And that's the direction that we had gotten from the city council, a previous city council, about how to handle it. That certainly can change it. My only caution to you and the folks in procurement and the folks in the public works division who deal with most of this, they can probably verify this. It can run into project delays, because if you get to that point where something has happened and it's going to change the price of it, and you have to go through the formal change order process, bring a change order back and deal with it. So that's the basis for it, but it's entirely up to the council about how you want to handle it.
And I appreciate that, Dan, and I apologize. I get my glasses on now. But I'm a contractor, and we bid on numerous events, over 300 a year. And it's up to us to make those events and that things happen within the bid that we bid on. And there's other contractors bidding against us, and they have to make it happen for what they bid on. So I just think it makes them sharpen the pencils more, give us a realistic cost better, instead of like I like to call it fluff. I would like to tell all my customers, I'll do it for $50, but it might cost you 60. That's easy, because I would love the percentages of how much it comes in at the number and how much it comes in at the contingency number. And that would really tell us what a bid really, I believe, goes to. And again, I'm going to get off my soapbox, Mayor, but I just want to look at saving the tax dollars and the taxpayer money every time I can. So I yield back with that.
All right, thank you, City Manager.
Thank you. I'd like to explore this maybe at a future workshop where I can bring you actual examples so that you can see the things that we encounter that would hold us up. Because often once we break ground, they're mobilized. As a contractor, if they demobilize while we wait a month to get on a city council agenda to get the new paperwork, that also costs us money. So I'd like to maybe put it on a workshop so I could show you some specific examples maybe of what we've dealt with maybe recently, so you can kind of see the type of things that we're coming back with.
All right, can I get a motion on item G?
Motion to approve item G.
Motion to approve, Councilmember Urban.
Second.
Second, Deputy Mayor Fletcher. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Gilbert,
Aye.
Deputy Mayor Fletcher.
Aye.
Councilmember Paul,
Aye.
Councilmember Urban,
Aye.
Mayor Robertson.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0.
And we have item J.
That was my item, Mayor. I just wanted to pull it for a separate vote. That's it.
All right. And just discussion. You don't want to make a motion. Okay. And I would like to go ahead and talk about item K. City Manager, I know we spoke about the taxable, the taxes that would be derived off that by giving this loan, that the project being built. And I think it was 80,000 is what we thought, the estimate of what you had told me first.
Originally, that's what we were told when we were working with the property appraiser's office, but because it wasn't on the tax rule, the building hadn't been completed when they had started it. But once they had firm numbers, they came back and they told us 30,000.
Okay. And like I said, this was something that was approved last year. They're just going back in for the funding. It's a 30-year loan. Okay. And item L.
Mr. Mayor, before we
Yes,
move on,
sir.
before we forget it, since Mr. Fletcher asked for a separate vote on that item, can we?
You want to vote separately?
I think he did on.
So just
Or talk about it.
no, not talk about it, just a separate vote. So we've done in the past, like where like you can pull it off. I don't have any comment on it. I just would like, we can call for a vote now.
Okay.
And then vote.
Go ahead and make a motion on it.
I think he's wants. I understand. If someone else can make a motion, I think.
I'll make a motion to approve.
Motion to
item
approve item,
J.
going back to item J. Motion to approve item J, Councilmember Urban.
Second.
Second, Councilmember Paul. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Deputy Mayor Fletcher,
No.
Councilmember Paul,
Aye.
Councilmember Urban,
Aye.
Councilmember Gilbert,
Aye.
Mayor Robertson.
Aye.
Motion carries 4-1.
Thank you, Mayor. Sorry about that.
No, that's no problem. All right, let's go to item L. City Manager. I'm sorry, this was Deputy Mayor, sorry, Councilmember.
Yeah, I had pulled this one, and I know in the past at meetings, Councilmember Gilbert has said, why do we have fees if we keep reducing them, right? What's and I was looking into this one, and it was a property management company, and my position is, well, the property management company needs to be responsible for their tenants and making sure they're working up to code. So I wouldn't be in favor of reducing their fees. I just wanted to put that out there, but put it out for discussion with the rest of the council.
Councilmember Gilbert.
Ditto.
Man, a few words. All right, any other discussion on this item?
So the item is, if I may, the item is the request from the applicant that was brought before you was to request $120,000 fine reduction to $24,000, $392.90. So if it's the intention of the council not to accept that, then there's two options. You either can deny the request, or you can offer something else instead of the reduction that's being considered.
Motion to deny item L.
We have a motion from Councilmember Urban to deny item L.
Second.
Second from Councilmember Gilbert. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Paul,
Aye.
Councilmember Urban,
Aye.
Councilmember Gilbert,
Aye.
Deputy Mayor Fletcher,
Aye.
Mayor Robertson.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0.
Okay, we made it through that. And can we get a motion to approve, motion on the other items that we have not pulled?
Do we have anything left?
I think there's maybe one. I think we've got H and I. And, yeah.
Motion to approve the remainder of the consent agenda.
We have a motion from Councilmember Urban,
I second.
second from Councilmember Paul.
And Mayor, just for clarification, that would be not including items C and D, which were removed from the agenda earlier in the meeting.
Yes, sir. That is
Thank you.
correct. Excluding those items. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Urban,
Aye.
Councilmember Gilbert,
Aye.
Deputy Mayor Fletcher,
Aye.
Councilmember Paul,
Aye.
and Mayor Robertson.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0.
All right. The next portion is citizens forum. Any person who desires to comment on any item not on this agenda is provided this opportunity to address the city council. Each person is requested to complete a sign-in form to be provided to the presiding officer prior to or as soon as practical thereafter the person addresses the council. And do we have any member in the audience that wish to address the council? Yes, sir.
I'm Steve Shower. I've lived here for about 10 years. I visited St. Cloud about 50 years ago. And they used to have some signs on 17th Street about the Sand Hill Cranes. And, well, a lot of them get hit by cars today. And about 3 weeks ago, a friend called me up and wanted to know what to do about this bird with a broken leg. And I said, well, got to call the Humane Society or the Animal Control or someone. So they found a reptile place in Kissimmee, is the only place that was open. And they said SeaWorld used to come out and get them to take them back and try to rehabilitate them and turn them loose in the wild again. But they don't do that since the bird flu. So anyway, quite a few get killed on, they said about 4 a week get killed. And one Vermont, they get run over and over on Old Canoe Creek Road. So I just thought it might be nice if the council could get some new signs made up and put them around for the cranes. We really have a speeding problem in my area. And the birds, well, they do blend in with the color of the road. But if you see a sign, I mean, I remember that sign from 50 years ago, so it made an impression on me. I didn't live around here and I've never seen one. I certainly didn't have to walk through the street. So I just think need some signs made up. And so I hope you guys would consider that.
Yes, sir. And can you give your name and address for the record?
Oh, Steve Shower. I live at 5901 Diamond Court in St. Cloud.
Yes, sir. Thank you. And
Okay.
Steve, I appreciate you coming to meet with me today and sharing your views on this. And we'll definitely look into that. And okay, so thank you. You know, I
Thank you very
appreciate you caring for the Sand Hill Cranes here.
That's right. Okay, thanks.
Yes, thank you, sir.
Can you please fill out the form, sir?
Steve. All right, our next section will be public hearings. Madam Clerk, can you please read item number 1?
Final public hearing for ordinance number 2025-03. An ordinance of the City Council of the City of St. Cloud, Florida, providing a zoning amendment for the zoning map of the Land Development Code of the City of St. Cloud, Florida, specifically changing the zoning designation of approximately plus minus 1.01 acres identified as Friars Cove Lane from A agricultural zoning designation to R1B single-family dwelling zoning designation with a low-density residential future land use designation located northeast of Friars Cove Lane, west of Clint Avenue, providing for entering the designation of the official zoning map, following the Planning Commission's recommendations, proof of publication, severability, and effective date.
Good evening, Melissa Dunklin, Director of Community Development. This case before you tonight is for a zoning map amendment for the project known as Friars Cove Lane. The applicant is requesting to change the zoning from agriculture to R1B single family. The request is compatible with the surrounding area and there will be no adverse impacts on city facilities. Here's a graphic representation of the future land use map depicting the low density residential land use. And here's a graphic representation showing the existing zoning map reflecting the agricultural zoning classification that will be changed to R1B. On or before January 25th, 2025, staff recommended approval. Planning Commission also recommended approval. Likewise, it is requested that City Council approve ordinance number 2025-03, and staff and the applicant are available for any questions.
Yes, ma'am. Can you go back 2 slides or maybe, 2 slides, please? Nope, that's it. Nope, one
Oh,
back.
that
Sorry.
Okay.
So the triangle above it, that's also R1B, correct? So they're trying to change the zoning to that same.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. And in the audience, we have Kevin Strouder.
My question was just answered.
Thank you. And would the applicant like to speak on this item?
Good evening, Bruce Taylor, 131 East 13th Street. I'm actually here representing the agent, KDA Engineering, is applicant also. So I'm here to answer any questions.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
And would anyone else in the audience like to speak on this item? And can I get a motion?
Motion to approve.
Motion approved, Deputy Mayor Fletcher.
Second.
Second from Councilmember Urban. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Gilbert.
Aye.
Deputy Mayor Fletcher.
Aye.
Councilmember Paul.
Aye.
Councilmember Urban.
Aye.
Mayor Robertson.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0.
And Madam Clerk, please call item number 2. Read the next item.
Give me the next two.
Next to 2 and 3.
Yes.
Final public hearing for ordinance number 2025-09, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of St. Cloud, Florida, providing a zoning amendment for the zoning map of the Land Development Code of the City of St. Cloud, Florida, specifically changing the zoning designation of approximately plus minus 1.13 acres identified as Tavares Santiago from RS2 Single Family Residential to R1 Single Family Dwelling zoning designation with a low-density residential future land use designation generally located east of Orange Avenue, north of East 10th Street, south of East 5th Street, and west of Rosedale Avenue, providing for entering the designation of the official zoning map, following the planning's recommendations, proof of publication, severability, and effective date. Final public hearing for ordinance number 2025-11, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of St. Cloud, Florida, assigning a future land use designation of low-density residential to approximately plus minus 1.13 acres identified as Tavares Santiago, located east of Orange Avenue, north of East 10th Street, south of East 5th Street, and west of Rosedale Avenue, providing for amending of the official future land use map of the comprehensive plan, following the planning recommendations, and proof of publication, applicability, effect, severability, copy on files, and effective date.
And Mr. Mayor, before Ms. Duncan proceeds, I just want to remind you that when this item, if you take a vote on it, you need to vote on item number 3 before you vote on item number 2. So they're going to be in reverse order than they're on your agenda.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Melissa Dunklin, Director of Community Development. This case before you is for a comprehensive plan amendment and a zoning map amendment for the project known as Tavares Santiago. The existing future land use is low-density residential, which is the county's designation, as this was recently annexed into the city. The proposed future land use is low-density residential, and the existing zoning is RS2, and they are requesting to go to R1 single family. The request is compatible with the surrounding area and will have no adverse impacts on city facilities. Here's a graphic representation of the low-density residential land use, and here's a graphic representation of the zoning map. Staff recommended approval on or before January 25th. Likewise, Planning Commission did as well. We are requesting that City Council approve ordinance number 2025-11 for the comprehensive plan amendment and the ordinance number 2025-09 for the zoning map amendment. And staff is available if you have any questions.
All right, thank you. Is the applicant here to speak on this item?
Good evening. Iris Tavares. I'm at 605 Orange Avenue. And I'm here to answer any questions that you might have for me.
Yes, ma'am. Councilmember Urban.
Yes. What do you plan on doing with this property? Is it a
Yes, so we plan to split the lot and let our daughter and her family build a one family right next door to us. She developed multiple sclerosis, and she's going to need a little help with her family. I don't know who's going to help who, but we just want to have her near.
Thank you so much.
City Manager.
I believe she means an accessory dwelling unit. Just to clarify.
It won't be splitting the lot.
No, you don't have to split a lot with an accessory dwelling unit.
Okay. All right. Councilmember Gilbert.
But that's what I was told previously.
I'm going to write it down because I don't know where it is, so I'm going to research.
Well, one you don't have to pay as many impact fees on, and the other one you do.
Thank you for letting me know that. That's why we kind of started getting the ball rolling, because they told us that the impact fees were going to go up. So we hurried to try to get, everything going.
So we'll work with you.
Thank you so much. Wow.
Yeah, I was just going to echo what City Manager says. We have planning folks that will work with you for the accessible dwelling unit. The costs are substantially less. And you said you don't know who's going to help who. I think each family member is going to help each family member. So I'm really, praise God, and hopefully it works out for you.
Wow.
All right. Is there anyone in the audience who would like to speak on this item?
Thank you so
Yes,
much.
ma'am.
for
Thank you
having
very
me
much.
tonight.
And can we get a motion on item number 3?
motion to approve?
Motion approved from Deputy Mayor Fletcher.
Second.
Second, Councilmember Paul. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Deputy Mayor Fletcher.
Aye.
Councilmember Paul.
Aye.
Councilmember Urban.
Aye.
Councilmember Gilbert.
Aye.
Mayor Robertson.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0.
And can we get a motion on item number 3? I'm sorry, 2.
Motion to approve.
Motion approved. Councilmember Urban.
Second. Sorry, Ms. Paul.
I don't know who came first. Who was?
She did.
All right, Councilmember Paul, second. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Paul.
Aye.
Councilmember Urban.
Aye.
Councilmember Gilbert.
Aye.
Deputy Mayor Fletcher. Mayor Robertson.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0.
And Madam Clerk, please read the next item.
Final public hearing for ordinance number 2025-18. An ordinance of the City Council of the City of St. Cloud, Florida to annex into the City of St. Cloud approximately plus minus 8.48 acres identified of Wild Willie airboats located east of Apache Road, south of Kissimmee Park Road, and west of Topolaiga in accordance with the voluntary annexation provisions of Chapter 171.044 Florida statutes. Final public hearing for ordinance number 2025-19. An ordinance of the City Council of the City of St. Cloud, Florida, assigning a future land use designation of mixed use to approximately plus minus 8.48 acres identified as Wild Willie airboats located east of Apache Road and south of Kissimmee Park Road, west of Lake Tohopaliga, providing for amending of the official future land use map of the comprehensive plan, filing of the Planning Commission's recommendations, and proof of publication, applicability effect, severability copies on file and effective date. Final public hearing for ordinance number 2025-20. An ordinance of the City Council of the City of St. Cloud, Florida, providing a zoning amendment of the zoning map of the Land Development Code of the City of St. Cloud, Florida, specifically changing the zoning designation of approximately plus minus 8.48 acres identified as Wild Willie airboats from mixed use county zoning designation to mixed use city zoning designation, with a mixed-use future land use designation located east of Apache Road, south of Kissimmee Park Road, west of Lake Tohopaliga, providing for entering the designation of the official zoning map, finding of the Planning Commission's recommendations, and proof of publication, severability, and effective date. Discussion and possible action regarding the approval of mixed-use concept plan on plus minus 8.0 acres of land known as Wild Willie airboats generally located east of Apache Road and south of Kissimmee Park Road and west of Lake Tohopaliga Road.
Good evening, Melissa Dunklin, Director of Community Development. This project before you is for the annexation, comprehensive plan amendment, zoning map amendment, and concept plan for the project known as Wild Willie's Airboats. The property is contiguous and reasonably compact. The property abuts the city limits on the eastern property boundary. The existing county future land use is mixed use, and the existing county zoning is mixed use as well. They are proposing to have the city's future land use of mixed use and the city's zoning of mixed use. The request is compatible with the surrounding area and will have no adverse impacts on city facilities. Here's a graphic representation showing the property and how it is contiguous to the city limits on the east. The properties in the yellow there are currently in city limits. Here's a graphic representation of the future land use map showing the current land use of mixed use in the county. And here is the current zoning showing the current mixed use zoning classification in the county. So a little background on the on the concept plan. They are proposing to have the neighborhood type of neighborhood center, and they are proposing to have a recreation area that will have local ecotourism, providing airboat tours utilizing the lake. And then they will also have conservation open space area, providing a trailhead linking to the Lake Toho Protection Area, the Bella Terra Trail System, and the existing public boat ramp. Here's a graphic representation of the concept plan itself, showing the layout of the development. Staff reviewed this request and we recommend approval of the annexation, the future land use, and the zoning map amendment. We are recommending approval with condition on the concept plan, and I'll read the condition for the concept plan into the record. It is the applicant shall implement a GPS-based tracking system on all operational airboats prior to commencing operations at the subject site. This system shall be used to monitor and maintain safe distances from the shoreline in accordance with the City of St. Cloud applicable law. The applicant shall also continue operating exclusively during daylight hours with the business activity occurring between 9 a.m. and 5 p.m. except as pre-authorized by the city manager in advance.
Melissa, I believe we agreed to revised language about daylight hours on that condition.
We were going to keep it as is, and he was going to request it.
Okay, sorry.
That's okay. But yes, we support it. Again, both staff and the Planning Commission recommended approval of ordinance number 2025-18, 2025-19, 2025-20, along with the concept plan with the condition as stated by staff. And we are requesting that the City Council do the same. And the applicant and staff are here if you have any questions.
All right, thank you, Melissa. Would the applicant like to speak on this item?
John Ryan Adams, RJ Whitten Associates, 8 Broadway, Kissimmee, Florida, 34741. We do have one request. It does pertain to MCP 24-00002 regarding the special condition. I did print up a formal letter to give you all.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, we didn't give one to our attorney.
We did speak with staff in our request with this revised special condition, and as you heard from staff and city manager, they are in agreement. The requested revision reads, the applicant shall implement a GPS-based tracking system on all operational airboats prior to commencing operations at the subject site. The system shall be used to monitor and maintain safe distances from the shoreline in accordance with City of St. Cloud applicable law. The applicant shall also continue operating exclusively daylight hours with airboat tour activity occurring between 9 a.m. and sunset, except for pre-authorized by the city manager in advance. The reason for the request is approximately 93% of the current business that's been in Wild Willie's airboat does happen between 9 a.m. and 5 p.m. However, the ability to accommodate late afternoon tours in the slower tourism season when daylight hours extend but the demand declines is critical to maintaining the staffing levels and their economic sustainability. These tours would continue to operate strictly during daylight hours in compliance with all safety protocols. Providing this operational flexibility helps avoid seasonal layoffs, allows captains to supplement income during off-peak periods, and supports long-term viability of the business, all while upholding the city's goal of limiting operations to safe, visible conditions. The GPS tracking condition would further ensure compliance and accountability. So that would be our request, and I would be happy to answer any other questions.
All right, thank you, John.
I just would like to reserve some time to answer any of the
Absolutely.
public's
Oh, yeah.
comments.
Oh, I'm sure we'll be talking more here. All right, and we have Brandon Sizemore. You're top of the list.
How y'all doing this evening? I'm Brandon Sizemore. I was up here. We had a preliminary hearing with some of the volunteers that, brings us here tonight. We were met with some resistance that night. Some people talking about noise and stuff. Airboats are noisy. We know that. That being said, that's why we come to you with this, the GPS, saying that we're going to be respectfully, we're going to do everything we can to make sure that neighborly. We're gonna keep it down, and it's not gonna affect anybody surrounding us. Just to introduce myself, though, I've been a captain at Wild Willie's for 10 years. It doesn't really say that, but we're already an existing company. We're just at a different location. So this is a property that was acquired, and we're looking to basically be able to spread our wings a little bit, have a piece of property to accommodate what we have going on. We're working with mechanical equipment. It'd be great to be able to pull them up into a shop, work on them. You know what I mean? And vision, I guess I want to bring to you our vision is we want our new front to be minimally invasive. We want everything to flow in with the landscape. It's gorgeous over there if you've ever, been on the banks of Toho. We need the space. We're operating out of a spot now that's in an RV park. We're just limited. We don't even have enough bathrooms to accommodate our guests. Our busiest season, we'll do like 300 people a day. That's about what we can do right now. That's it. Very seldom do we ever reach those numbers, actually, but we stay pretty steady throughout the year. Wild Willie's is like a small mom and pop. We're very family oriented. They're definitely my family, not sharing a last name, but 10 years of working for somebody, we're definitely close. That's what we're just looking for approval. We're wanting to have a new spot. I don't think there's a whole lot holding us back from my point of view, other than some resistance from the neighbors, which I get that. But we just want them to know that we're already putting in place everything. We're prepared to make sure everyone's happy at the end of this. And I would
Yes, sir.
love to answer any questions.
Can I get your name and address for the record,
I'm
please?
1701 Connecticut, Brandon Sizemore.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Brandon.
I don't know if
Go ahead, sir.
I didn't come up here
Yeah,
with
we just
anything
gotta-
planned or anything. I just wanted to talk to y'all and
You
just
don't need
kind
to
of
get
just
plans,
show
sir.
my
It's just public comment.
support for my company and what we're trying to get done today. But if anyone in my position, I'm the one firsthand dealing with our guests come from all over the world. You guys have any questions for me? Maybe can I answer any questions?
Oh, we're gonna have questions
about what
Yeah.
we do
Yeah.
and all that.
Well, first, you said you guys are at you're not there. You're an employee, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. You said the mobile home park is at the old Reds down there?
Reds Fish Camp.
Gotcha. Okay. All right. Thank you, Brandon.
Yes,
Appreciate
sir.
you.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Alyssa Sizemore.
A little better looking side.
And name and address for the record, please.
My name is Alyssa Sizemore, 1701 Connecticut Avenue. Sorry, I'm a little nervous. Okay. Good evening. My name is Alyssa Sizemore, and I'm proud to be the first female captain at Wild Willie's Airboat Tours. Wild Willie's is a small family-owned company that started 18 years ago with Brad, Sharon, John, and one boat. That's my favorite boat that I run too. I wanted to become a captain for another company when I was 18 years old, and they told me no. John never discouraged me, but actually encouraged me to continue with my dream with the promise of becoming a captain for them. It's been the best decision and it just proved to myself that I can do anything. The best thing about being an airboat captain, especially for Wild Willie's, is having the clients that have come back over and over. I had a family that's been back 12 times. They bring people from all over back to us. And each captain giving them a different tour. When a family from the UK gets off my boat after an hour-long tour and tells me this is the best thing they've ever done in Florida, knowing darn well they've spent countless hours at theme parks and doing all the tourist things and spent their life savings to even be here, it truly warms my heart because I get to show them where I grew up and what Florida looks like to me. A lot of that is the Whaley's property and the Platt family property. If anything, we try to talk about the heritage and the wildlife and what the land meant to our community and what it means to our tours. We love the cows out in the pasture. We love when the turkeys are roaming around. We get to tell them about all the different things that Florida is known for, not just Disney and theme parks. We talk about the Osceola turkey and the Grand Slam and even the cypress trees and oak trees. People don't realize that there's so much tradition here in Central Florida, and we get to show them our side of town. This isn't a bad move. We're just trying to come literally around the corner. We've been running out of the same place for 18 years. We've been in compliance with the U.S. Coast Guard. We're all U.S. Coast Guard Master Captain certified, and we don't take that lightly. We're also not the only airboat company that runs this lake, and not to mention the recreational boaters that we come in contact with from time to time as well. I truly believe with our new facility and the potential dock that we'll put in place, it would cut down traffic and noise that the family is concerned about. And we do comply with the time frame and the noise ordinance with the county or city already. I do hope you all take that into consideration and that this isn't a negative move. We love our town, we love our community, and we would just love to have the opportunity to have our own space to run out of. Thank you, guys.
All right, thank you. Yeah, Commissioner Wilton Simpson had the Grand Slam mounted in his office. We saw it while we were up there in Tallahassee. All right, next we have Brian McMurtry. I pronounce that correct? Name and address for the record, sir.
Brian McMurtry, 316 Eagle Crest Drive. First of all, I want to say I am a captain for Wild Willie's. I've moved to Florida about 10 years ago after Hurricane Maria hit Puerto Rico. Basically, it was me, my wife, and a newborn baby. We had nothing when we came here. I started working in different companies, airboat companies, and I would not last not even 2-3 months. Every company that I worked for was just a corporate company. They really didn't care about us as a person. They just treated us as an employee. Thankfully, about 8-9 years ago, I found Wild Willie's, and it's been my home ever since. It's going to be the opportunity to grow, to expand. Now I have 2 daughters. Now I have a house. Definitely grown a lot thanks to the opportunity that was given to us. This company means a lot to me. That's why I'm here speaking out today. I'm not sure what would I be without Wild Willie's. For me, it's everything, just from how they treat us as a family. We're not really like a corporate, everything is just loving and caring, especially about the community where we at. I know that if we relocate, it's going to be that same environment of, extending a hand to the neighbors. We've been running for, like I said, 18 years off that trailer park. We have great relationship with all those. I believe there's over 200 trailers there. Each one of them, we have a great relationship with them. They're kind of like family to us too. I just want people to know that we do comply, just like the other captain said, with all the safeties and basically all the protocols of hours and the distance. Last week, I had a reunion with the U.S. Coast Guard. He came down. He watched us throughout the day. And I just wanted to give his opinion on what we're doing. And basically everything is on point. Our record is clean. We've had 0 accidents, 0 complaints. Our boats, I know they mentioned about the GPS. That's a new thing they want to do. But before that, what we have on our boats are big stickers that says Wild Willie's and the number of the boat. Basically what that does, that if you see us in an area that is not authorized, you can take a picture, video, or even you can see it for over 200 yards, depending on how good your camera is. But it's big enough that if you see somebody that's not in your territory, you can report it. You can basically, report it to anything like, hey, this boat is in my backyard. So I just want you guys to know that we do comply with all safety regulations. I'm in charge of the Coast Guard inspections, and I take that seriously, and it's not going to change in this new location. I just want a chance for Wild Willie's to expand. And just like I got an opportunity to improve and make a life, that us expanding will bring in more people, new employees, and give them the same chance to build a life like I did here. I know the neighbors want to conserve their history, and the older generation wants us to respect that, which we do. But we also want to make a new history for our future generations at Wild Willie's. All right, thank you.
All right, thank you, sir. And would anyone else in the audience like to speak on this item? All right, and we did receive an email submitted for the record from Wild Willie's Airboat Tours from John Williams, residing at 4470 Henry J. Avenue in St. Cloud. And Melissa, would you like to come back up? And Deputy Mayor Fletcher has a comment.
I'd just like to say thank you. These are some of the most inspirational airboats. I did have the opportunity to speak with the applicant regarding the GPS being placed on the boats. I think that's a great idea, and I believe that with a little communication and some bridge building with the neighbors, I think you guys are going to be very successful out there. And with all the development that we have, having somebody out there on the lake telling the story of Osceola heritage, I think is going to be absolutely amazing. So thank you for carrying that story along. Those are my comments.
All right, thank you. And Melissa, can you go back one slide?
Sure.
please? 2 slides, sorry. 3 slides. There we go.
Yes, sir.
Thank
And the reason why I wanted to come back up is I failed to mention that we received a few more emails in support of it. They came in kind of last minute, so we didn't have a chance to print them, but I would say there were approximately 5 or 6.
All right, thank you. Any other council comments? And can I get a motion?
Motion to approve.
We have a motion to approve item 6. Are we approving all, or we have to do them individual?
Yes, we do, but before you final motion, you did have one request from the applicant on it, and so when we
Yes,
get
come
to.
on up, John. Yes, sir.
John Adams, RJ Wood and Associates, 8 Broadway. I'm the Adams. Okay, just a
My bad.
point of order. We would once again request that the approval of the concept plan include the revised conditions that we proposed. Okay?
You're saying the ones that
The
John
one-
handed us?
Yeah, that's what I was trying to say.
Yeah, with
so-
conditions, yeah.
so-
He said it quicker.
Well, I did till you stopped me.
Mayor, motion to approve with the conditions as submitted by the applicant.
All right, we have a motion from Deputy Mayor Fletcher,
Second.
second from Councilmember Paul. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Urban.
Aye.
Councilmember Gilbert.
Aye.
Deputy Mayor Fletcher.
Aye.
Councilmember Paul.
Aye.
Mayor Robertson.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0.
And we need a motion on item number 7.
Motion to approve.
Motion approved, Councilmember Urban.
Second.
Second, Deputy Mayor Fletcher. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Gilbert.
Aye.
Deputy Mayor Fletcher.
Aye.
Councilmember Paul.
Aye.
Councilmember Urban.
Aye.
Mayor Robertson.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0.
And Mr. Mayor, before you take a motion on the next time, Mr. Fletcher's motion was actually on the annexation issue, so that's, the conditions need to be on the next item.
Oh, there's only one of them that had the conditions
Yeah,
on.
the
Is that correct?
only the zoning
Okay,
piece.
so on number 8, we need to
Number
have
8,
it
when you
on.
make this motion, that's where the condition as revised as requested by the applicant.
All right, can we have a motion with the conditions as advised by the applicant? Yes,
It's
sir.
actually going to be on the mixed-use concept plan. It was item 4. The zoning is a straight zoning, mixed-use
Yeah.
request.
He's right, that's correct.
Okay.
So
I'm
Thanks, sir.
sorry. So you can adopt 8 the way it is, and then we'll get to council action 4.
Okay, can I get a motion with the conditions?
Motion to approve.
Motion approved, Deputy Mayor, I'm sorry, Councilmember Urban.
Second.
Second from Councilmember Paul. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Deputy Mayor Fletcher.
Aye.
Councilmember Paul.
Aye.
Councilmember Urban.
Aye.
Councilmember Gilbert.
Aye.
Mayor Robertson.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0.
Did we read council action 4 into the record? Okay. Because remember, the city manager asked to move that up. That would be this one.
Wasn't on my notes, like you said they were.
IV.
So we need
All
a
right, let me
motion on
find
this
it.
with those
Yeah.
conditions again.
So you're gonna have to remind me the things that you wanted to move and pull. Where is that at? I'm sorry.
It's
It's
Can you give me the page, please?
Page 8.
Page 8.
Thank you. All right, Madam Clerk, please call the item 4 for the final.
Well, I
public
need a
hearing.
motion on it. Good.
Oh, just a motion? It's-
Motion to
It was
approve
already
with
read
con-
into the record?
Yes.
No, sir. Wait a minute.
I'm sorry, can I clarify the concept plan that was the 4th item on this one with the condition is that discussion item? It's the same thing.
Right. Right.
Okay.
But she read it into record earlier.
Correct.
So we just need a motion to approve it with
With
condition.
the condition, right.
It's
Where
page
we
8,
seeing-
council action number 4. It says
Oh,
discussion
there's
and
other page
possible
8s.
action.
There's tons of page 8s. There's a second set. That's why. It's not, it doesn't list all the way through. I see now. Show me where you're seeing that, please.
It's the last item with the
How many
council.
page eights do we have? Under
Several for you there,
resolutions.
Mayor.
See, I'm not seeing the same thing you guys have. Where is this at?
That was on page 8
Of the agenda.
right before the first reading and introductions, Mayor, to the section 11.
I think I got duplicates in here, that's why.
Maybe the notes, the page numbers got messed up on the notes.
Yeah, something's, I'll let the clerk show. Page 16, this is different.
No, because you have notes.
There we go, that's why I can't ask them. I'm the only one with notes. That's why. Okay. Page 16, not page 8. I'm like, I don't recognize that.
I got notes here. just
All right.
different.
All right, can I get a motion for item number 4 on the council action?
Motion to approve with the conditions as submitted by the applicant.
Motion approved, Deputy Mayor Fletcher.
Second.
Second from Councilmember Paul. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Paul?
Aye.
Councilmember Urban?
Aye.
Councilmember Gilbert?
Aye.
Deputy Mayor Fletcher?
Aye.
Mayor Robertson?
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0.
All right, thank you. And Madam Clerk, please call the next item.
Final public hearing for ordinance number 2025-21. An ordinance of the City Council of the City of St. Cloud, Florida to annex into the City of St. Cloud approximately plus minus 13.32 acres identified as Puffin Road Commercial located east of Tay West Drive, north of Branched Oak Road, south of East Earl Bronson Memorial Highway, and west of Burr Oak Boulevard in accordance with the voluntary annexation provisions of Chapter 171.044 Florida statutes. Final public hearing for ordinance number 2025-22. An ordinance of the City Council of the City of St. Cloud, Florida, assigning a future land use designation of commercial to approximately plus minus 13.32 acres identified as Puffin Road Commercial, located east of Tay West Drive, north of Branched Oak Road, south of East Earl Bronson Memorial Highway, and west of Burr Oak Boulevard, providing for amending of the official future land use map of the comprehensive plan, finding the Planning Commission's recommendations, proof of publication, applicability effect, severability copies on file and effective date. Final public hearing for ordinance number 2025-23, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of St. Cloud, Florida, providing a zoning amendment of the zoning map of the Land Development Code of the City of St. Cloud, Florida, specifically changing the zoning designation of approximately plus minus 13.32 acres identified as Puffin Road Commercial from AC Agricultural Development and Conservation County to HB Highway Business City. Zoning designation with commercial future land use designation located east of Tay West Drive, north of Branch Oak Road, south of East Earl Bronson Memorial Highway, and west of Burr Oak Boulevard, providing for entering the designation on the official zoning map, finding the Planning Commission's recommendations, proof of publication, severability, and effective date.
Melissa Dunklin, Director of Community Development. The cases before you tonight are for the annexation, comprehensive plan amendment, and zoning map amendment for the project known as Puffin Road Commercial. This request meets both the statutory requirements and is consistent with our JPA with Osceola County, as it is contiguous and reasonably compact. It is adjacent to the city limits on the, excuse me. Oh, it's not up there. Usually throw it in there. It's adjacent to the city limits on the southern, western, and northern side. The existing county future land use is commercial, and the existing county zoning designation is agricultural development and conservation. The applicant is requesting to have a city commercial land use designation and a city highway business zoning classification. The request is compatible with the surrounding area and will have no adverse impacts on city facilities. Here is a graphic representation depicting the county commercial land use. Here is a graphic representation of the zoning map depicting the agriculture and conservation zoning classification. Staff recommended approval on or before January 28th, 2025. Planning Commission also recommended approval. We are requesting that council also approve this request for annexation through ordinance number 2025-21, the comprehensive plan amendment through ordinance 2025-22, and the zoning map amendment through ordinance 2025-23. And staff and the applicant are available if you have any questions.
All right, would the applicant like to speak on this item?
John Ryan Adams, RJ Whidden, 8 Broadway, Kissimmee, Florida, 34741. We're in agreement with staff's recommendation, and I'd be happy to answer any questions council may have.
Thank you. Anyone from the audience like to speak on this item? Councilmember Gilbert.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. This looks like a great idea. We really need this commercial here. The only thing I would ask the council to consider is not put a condition in not allowing mini storages at this specific location, because the surrounding area with the amount of mini storages we have now and the commercial value of this land to be used other than that, I just ask the pleasure of the council to consider that, please. I yield back to you, Mayor.
Yes, sir. I agree with that as well, with that condition.
Just my only thought I would ask the city attorney. I'm not sure you can condition a straight zoning request, but I'll leave that up to the city
City
attorney.
provision has, with your agreement, the city does have a provision in its code to be able to do that.
I don't know that I can agree to that tonight. I know they're certainly trying to market the property for more than that. We have done some preliminary concept plans, none of which have been storage facilities. I don't believe that's their intent to do that. There's certainly other marketable uses of commercial on this site that would yield more profit for them. So
We're welcome to hear those ideas.
with this, they can start marketing and start moving forward with those. They have worked with the developer to the south that's Pulte down there, to continue Puffin Road up through this site to create a 4-way intersection, lighted intersection. They've been in touch with 192, so it would be a lighted, eventually lighted intersection that would be more marketable. And I'm in agreement that there's way too many storage units. I just can't commit to that tonight.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Yeah, I agree with Councilmember Gilbert. It's kind of getting overkill down there on that side of town. We do need some, so I think we need some more restaurants, some more other commercial options down there. And we have any other discussion from council? All right, can I get a motion? Deputy Mayor Fletcher.
I would say if the item, I think we should continue it. Only be, well.
Is that a motion?
Well, the thing is if it gets denied because of the condition, then it has to start over. So I wouldn't want it to be stuck.
Okay.
So.
Councilmember Urban.
My concern is, and I agree, we got way too many storage units in our city to begin with. My concern is holding up a much needed commercial development in our city. I just don't want to do anything to hold that up tonight, as that's where I'm at.
Yes, sir. I guess my only comment on that is you don't really have any plans for anything, so we're really not holding anything up.
The sooner we have the zoning in place and the annexation with these applications, the sooner they can market. They have been in contact with commercial developers, but until they get serious about it, this process needs to happen.
Okay, but they're not really, you can't make that decision on the conditions.
No, I'm not authorized to do that. It's a specific condition I wasn't aware of. I'm fairly confident it would be okay with them. I just can't commit to that without speaking to our client directly.
Okay. And I'm comfortable not denying it. But I would like to, if nobody else wants to make a motion, I'll make a motion to continue it to the May 8th, 2025 meeting. And can I get a second?
Second.
Second from Councilmember Gilbert. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Urban.
Aye.
Councilmember Gilbert.
Aye.
Deputy Mayor Fletcher.
Aye.
Councilmember Paul.
Aye.
Mayor Robertson.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0.
And since you continued the annexation, that essentially continues the other items too.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Public hearing 12, 13, and 14 are continued.
Madam Clerk, please read the next item.
Final public hearing for ordinance number 2025-27, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of St. Cloud, Florida, amending the City Code Ordinance Chapter 42, Traffic and Vehicles, Article 1, in general, adding Section 4211-11, motorized mobility devices prohibited, and Section 42-12, enforcement, providing for conflict, severability, administrative corrections, codification, publication, and effective date.
Hi, good evening. Stephanie Holcamp, Parks and Recreation Director for the city. This ordinance is amending Chapter 42 to add a motorized mobility device to prohibit them in certain sections and adding Section 4 enforcement. This is being brought to you because there's been safety concerns brought to us by residents within the cities and business owners related to the operation of these motorized bicycles, scooters, those types of on our trails and sidewalks. They do, if they get up to a certain speed, they could cause a safety issue for our residents. This ordinance actually is going to be for our trails. So Lakeshore Park, Florida Ave Trail. It will also include the Running Rummel Trail extension when it gets built. It's just, this ordinance aims to regulate the use of motorized devices on our public pedestrian bicycle paths in the city. Again, it covers Chisholm Park, Horse Trail as well, Peghorn Nature Park, Lakeshore, including Rummel Road Trail extension. So it prohibits certain motorized mobility devices, electric bikes, scooters. I want to make note here, it's going to prohibit the electric scooter type that goes over 20 miles an hour. So anything under 20 miles an hour would still be allowed. There are some exceptions, wheelchairs, of course, and then certain electric bikes, class one electric bikes are pedal first, and then the electric kicks in to assist. The other classes, they have a throttle, which can go right to electric without pedaling. It will also allow city employees to still use golf carts or utility vehicles when they're doing maintenance on the trails, picking up trash, doing repairs on the pathway. The enforcement, the police officers will be able to enforcement, code enforcement. I believe the park ranger could possibly enforce it. If you have any additional question about enforcement, the chief is here and he can answer any of those questions. Staff recommends approval of ordinance 2025-27, and we ask city council to approve ordinance 2025-27. And I hear if you have any additional questions.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Gilbert.
Yeah, a question I have, and we get the difference of the vehicles, of course, motorized wheelchairs and things such as that. I think it's Schedule 1, maybe it's just the city manager can help me with that. Those are assist-to-pedal vehicles that have battery assistance. As a concerned citizens have spoke to me, it's the 0 to 30 electric scooters that fly by you as you're walking down lakefront. So there are different classifications. I truly believe as lakefront, some of these pathways gets completed, all the way to Kissimmee, we should consider this as a council, not only for convenience, but for safety reasons only. I met Advid Walker of Lakefront, and I've seen people jumping out of the way. I've seen people wiping out on these scooters. I just don't want us to look at this ordinance when something bad happens. I'd rather do it now, so I appreciate you taking it to the council. I yield back to you, Mayor.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Councilmember Paul.
Hi, Stephanie. There will be signage up in the area, correct?
That is correct. Anywhere, any of the pathways will have signage.
And Deputy Mayor Fletcher.
That was my comment. I wanted to say thank you to staff to make sure that we have an educational portion to this when it's implemented. And then obviously notification via social media to the residents. So that's all. Thank you.
Yeah, I would imagine that if the ordinance passed, then we would have like a 30-day grace period where we could educate people and let them know what's happened.
All right. Thank you, Stephanie. And you said there's no gas. This is going to outlaw any gas vehicles that have been going down that. I know I was there with the former council member at Dave Askew during spring fling, and a guy on a mini bike just flying down, going 30 miles per hour. And that's going to outlaw that, right?
Yeah,
That's the purpose of this, not the ones on the little electric scooter.
They're already. Okay.
Yeah. What about the kids? When you got 15 of them doing wheelies towards, everybody. We have an ordinance on that? We need to create one on that. All right. Can I get a motion on that, please? On item 15.
Motion to approve.
Did you have a comment? Sorry.
I was just going to clarify. So this would still allow the one wheels type.
As long as they don't go 20 miles an hour or
Okay.
over.
All right.
Is that for one resident?
There's a former council member that zips around on one.
He rode up on me with it. All right. I think we're all good, right?
As long as we can keep Dave under 30.
Right. Can we get a motion on item 15?
Did you approve it?
Yes, I did.
Yeah, she made a motion already.
Oh, you did? Okay. Motion from Councilmember Paul.
Second.
Second from Deputy Mayor Fletcher. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Gilbert,
Aye.
Deputy Mayor Fletcher,
Aye.
Councilmember Paul,
Aye.
Councilmember Urban,
Aye.
Mayor Robertson.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0.
And Madam Clerk, please read item 16 into the record.
Public hearing for resolution number 2025-031R, a resolution of the City Council of the City of St. Cloud, Florida, granting a conditional use for outdoor storage in the Highway Business HB zoning district on 3.09 acres of land known as City Electric Supply located at 1443 Belladonna Place, as described in the body of this resolution.
Good evening, Melissa Dunklin. This request before you tonight is for a conditional use permit for the project known as City Electric Commercial Fence. The future land use is commercial, and the use of outdoor storage is the conditional use in the Highway Business Zoning District. The applicant is requesting to have an outdoor storage area of 50 feet by 14 feet with an 8-foot tall opaque fence with a 20-foot rolling gate. Here is a graphic representation of the zoning map depicting the highway business zoning classification. Here's a graphic representation of the land use map depicting the commercial land use. This graphic representation depicts the area of the leased space for City Electric in the light blue color, and the conditional use is for the enclosed outdoor storage area marked in red. On or before March 11th, 2025, staff recommended approval of Resolution 2025-31R with the following conditions. I'll go ahead and read them in for the record. No equipment or materials shall be displayed outside of the areas identified on the concept plan. Fencing shall be constructed of opaque materials and parts and supplies or materials. Fencing shall be constructed in a way that allows unobstructed access to the utilities access point. Planning Commission also recommended approval with the conditions stated by staff, and we are requesting that council approve Resolution 2025-031 with the conditions as stated by staff, and we are available if you have any questions, and I believe the applicant is also present for questions.
All right, thank you. And would the applicant like to speak on this item?
Good evening. Micah Osteen on behalf of City Electric Supply, 1443 Belladonna Place. We're just, we're an electrical supply wholesale company, and we require some outside storage for pipe and whatnot. So we're just requesting that we be able to fence a small area at the rear of the space that we're currently leasing and occupying for the storage of those materials. And the fencing would be screened from any, and there would not be any visibility of what's stored behind that. It's also helps us secure those materials at the rear of our building, as well as our delivery vehicle. And we've made the concessions. We'll be making the concessions for the utilities to allow access to the sewer clean out that falls within that original area. And so I'm free to answer any other questions you may have.
Councilmember Gilbert?
Yeah, I had opportunity to meet with the applicant and toward the facility. And what it is some of the outdoor piping that's there, and also their delivery vehicles. With the amount of equipment in those vehicles, it gives them a secured area to put their delivery vehicle in. And I think it's a wise choice to do that. And it's not obstructing any views of anybody, and it backs up to other warehouses, so it's not an unsightly area. And I did have a chance to talk to the applicant and also view the area during your grand opening. So thank you.
Yes, sir. And you also have the approval from the owner of the property?
Yes, sir, that is correct.
Okay, gotcha. Thank you. Councilmember Urban?
My only comment would be maybe we can look into revising our for industrial type zoning to allow for things like this so that businesses don't have to go through this whole process. It just seems like kind of a tedious process for a business, or especially a small business, to go through. So,
are you saying you want a workshop on that?
I mean, it's just something for to consider in the future.
If we had consensus, we could just add it to our list of code changes that you'd like to see.
Yes, please.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Anyone from the audience would like to speak on this item? And can I get a motion?
Motion to approve.
Motion approved from Councilmember Urban.
Second.
Second from Councilmember Paul. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Deputy Mayor Fletcher, Councilmember Paul,
Aye.
Councilmember Urban,
Aye.
Councilmember Gilbert,
Aye.
Mayor Robertson.
Aye.
Motion carries 4-0.
Madam Clerk, please read the next item.
Final public hearing for resolution number 2025-32, a resolution of the City Council of the City of St. Cloud, Florida, granting a conditional use for an alcoholic beverage establishment in a highway business zoning HB zoning district on 2.7 acres of land known as ABC Liquors located at 3555 13th Street, as described in the body of this resolution.
Good evening, Melissa Dunklin, Director of Community Development. This request before you tonight is for a conditional use permit for the project known as ABC Liquors. The future land use is commercial, and the use of alcohol beverage establishment is a conditional use in the highway business zoning district. The applicant is proposing a facade and landscaping enhancements, but they are not proposing any structural changes. Here's a graphic representation of the zoning map depicting the highway business zoning classification. And here is a graphic representation of the land use map depicting the commercial land use. Here's a representation of the layout of the site. And it shows the landscape enhancements and Later on, you'll receive a presentation from the applicant that will go into more detail. Staff is recommending approval of Resolution 2025-032R with the following conditions, and I will read those into the record. Number one, no event may occur on the premises that allows or encourages the on-site consumption of alcohol due to the proximity of the school per the Land Development Code as amended from time to time. Number two, buffering to the southwest between subject property and residential properties shall remain in perpetuity. And number three, a mini site plan will be required prior to the issuance of a building permit demonstrating compliance with the Land Development Code Section 4.8.6C, screening of vehicular areas, the landscape buffering between the parking spaces to the north along Neptune Road and East Arlo Bronson Memorial Highway must include hardscape, trees, shrubs, and ground cover arranged to provide a visual screen transition between the parking area and the street. Hardscape elements could be a decorative metal fencing, decorative masonry knee wall no taller than 30 inches above grade, topped with decorative metal fencing, artistic sculpture, urban seating or furniture, or a combination of these elements. Condition number four, the approval of the requested conditional use does not constitute the approval of the provided concept plan as a site plan. Changes to the site will require approval of a site development plan and any additional approvals required by the Land Development Code. Planning Commission also recommended approval with the conditions as stated by staff, and we are requesting that you approve resolution number 2025-32R with the conditions as stated by staff, and the applicant and myself are available for questions.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. And would the applicant like to speak on this item? And can we get your name and address for the record? sir?
Butch Devlin, 8989 South Orange Avenue, Orlando, 32824. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members. I'm the Chief Operating Officer for ABC Fine Wine and Spirits. I'm accompanied by Ross Galbraith, who's our civil engineer from KPM Franklin. He's been working closely with staff, and he's here for all of the technical questions. ABC Fine Wine and Spirits, we operate 126 stores in Florida. The company has been family-owned and operated since 1936, with current executives within the fourth generation. Our corporate headquarters is located in Orlando. I want to assure you that we are committed to investing in this site and are thrilled to be returning to the St. Cloud community. My sister and her family, as well as my daughter and grandsons, live here in St. Cloud. Myself and our executive vice president had the opportunity to meet with Father Derek at St. Thomas Aquinas Church, and he gave us his blessing. We submitted our email correspondence with the staff. We've identified one of our team members that actually works for our Lake Buena Vista store, which would be the manager here, and she is a St. Cloud resident as well. I'd like to show you some of the pictures of what the renovation plan will be. Oh, is it here? Okay. Okay, I'm sorry. Okay, I think you all know the property. To the left was CVS before they closed, and then it became the Halloween store. Never visited a Halloween store before, but I was impressed. Then the photo you see on your left is a picture of the site taken 3 nights ago. And this is what we would like to take it to. Here's our renovation plan: stonework, paint, decorative awnings, new landscape requirement, a fence requirement, and the fence itself will go, if you can see in the bottom left-hand corner, it'll go what we own on 192, and then it will come up Neptune Road as required by staff. The rear of the property, there was some concern. There is going to be a 66-foot, 6-foot wall installed. This is a CVS that we purchased in Winter Garden, and you could see how it, we transitioned this property here because the city of Winter Garden was very concerned that we were just going to come along and put a coat of paint on it, and it was still going to look like a CVS. This is what happens when you enter our new location. This is what the St. Cloud location would look like. And this is, currently what the building looked like prior to the Halloween store taking over. So I'm here to answer any questions for you if you'd like. And, thank you, Mr. Mayor and council members. We kindly ask for your approval on this resolution with an allowance of consumption, of the allowance for consumption on site, section 4.1. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you. And from the audience, we have Mark Wells.
Good evening.
Can we get your name and address for the
Mark
records?
Wells, 718 13th Street, St. Cloud, Levy Liquor. Also, Mr. Gilbert, thank you for spending your birthday with us. Really appreciate you tonight. I know I'm standing between you and some candles, so I'll try to keep it brief.
There's a lot of candles, so.
Also, Madam Clerk, I want to tell you, if this doesn't ever work out for you, you are doing disclaimer voiceovers from here on out. It's one of the best readers I've ever met. Incredible. I know I don't have much time, so I do, and I didn't get this until just recently. I'm a huge advocate for this town, as you probably know. We've met in the past. I want to ask the question, and it may not be the appropriate time, is where are we in this process, number one? When I read the document that was presented here in the agenda, it says that this grant, granting them this will allow for the focus on continuity and sustainability of core public services. I'd like to kind of know what are those core public services that aren't currently being served that need an ABC liquor. It becomes an employer choice. I grant that, how many employees that they can use are a very big store. But what is the cutting edge technology also not being served? I did a quick straw poll of the area, and within 2 miles of that facility, there are 8 additional liquor stores. When I also do something, you all use Placer AI. So I went on Placer AI and did some quick math on that and realized that the Ocoee store does about 463 unique visits every single, in the daily operation, where our whole collective 8 does like 600. What kind of impact is it going to have on small business? Are we considering that? And if you're having that many traffic people coming through that corner, what does that look like? I'm concerned about those types of things as well. And I'm just in general, asking the question of how we got from here to there and why we think we need an ABC liquor store in the town. That's where I'm at.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
And would anyone else in the audience like to speak on this item? Sir, were you getting up? And your name and address for the record, sir.
So my name is Amit Patel, address 4002 13th Street, St. Cloud. I have the same cross street, my locations from the church. Since in 2012, I bought this property. And COVID time, the COVID affected our family and employees. So we decided to close whole locations. And then last year, we suddenly think about we renovate and we just reopen. So that time my beer license and everything is expired. And I went in city zoning department. They take my application 3 months. And after they call me, we deny your application. And I came to city and they explained me, we not approve all your applications because of the church and school. So now my point coming, the liquor stores coming over there, the law wise is 750 feet needed and above. And now there's building to church 620. So how? And that time also I explained overall that side, the Ghetto restaurant, also they serve liquor, whiskey. They also have the license. They 395 feet from church. LD also sell the beer and wine. They also 370 feet from church and school. Spot bar inside the LD complex, that also 496 feet. And last year also issue 2 on a flat beer license, open beer container, that also 687 feet. And now ABC Liquor coming over there, and now we coming from that public hearing, and they reject to my application. So I need like a way how like fair with people. Some big people come and they got it. Small people doesn't got it. We small people, I that day cry here in city. I throw out 75,000 inventory, and they doesn't have single filling for us. I told 3-4 times, can you help me any way I can got it license? The single word no. I'm asking in writing. They doesn't want to writing, but I stand over there,
You can keep finishing, sir.
and then they give me email, and I have the email copy for that also. If you want, look out.
You can give it to the
Just over
clerk,
there,
please. Bismail, is that something that we can review?
Now, is that related to this piece or is
Yeah,
that
is
related to his parcel?
Yeah, okay, this is on your parcel. Okay.
For his-
So what is the complaint on this?
So my complaint, we don't need ABC liquor in our town. That is my answer. Thank you.
Sir, were you denied on a council meeting? Is that what your concern is?
Yes, sir. We don't need, because like, that is unfair to us also. And they kill our businesses also, because we also sell overall over there.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
And so, Mr. Mayor, the issue that I did hear him talk about was the 750-foot restriction related to churches and schools. This application is for a package store. That is exempted under the city's code from that 750 distance. That's in your code. So I don't know what application he's talking about, but we certainly can look into it and
Yes, sir.
figure that out. But as it relates to the item that's in front of you, that provision of the code does not apply to this particular item.
Okay, thank you. Yes, sir, thank you. Okay. Yes, sir, thank you. Yep, please, we'll look into it and we'll speak with staff and they can reach out to you. If you can go ahead and share your contact information.
I'll give you my business card if you'd like to. We can call me. We can look into your issue.
Are there any other members in the audience that would like to speak on this item? Councilmember Urban.
Yeah, I'm not familiar with the gentleman that was just speaking with his case. I don't think I was on the council when that happened, or if I was, I'm not familiar with it. Frankly, I think the distance rule from schools and church, unless that's a state rule or something, frankly, I think that's an antiquated ordinance that should be looked at. I love churches, I love schools, but I think it's something that we should probably look at as a city to if it's still relevant or not. Secondly, to Mark who spoke, I think as a growing city, as a city of 70, almost 80,000 residents, probably, I think we're a city that can support multiple businesses of the same category. And I frankly also believe in the free market. I think that government should get out of the way and let the free market operate. And so that's sort of where my position is.
Okay. Any other council input? Councilmember Gilbert.
Yeah, the only thing I would like the council to think about is that the stipulation of not being able to test the beverages. There's new companies that come in, make their promotional ads. They're at just about every store. It's not a place of consuming, it's a place of taste testing for marketable items. So I'd have to think, the business models, and not just that store, but other stores have that same business model where they'll bring an outside contractor in or an outside vendor. Let me rephrase that. And that vendor would be servicing their sports drinks or their alcohol drinks or their beer drinks. And they'd be giving small, kind of like Catholic communion cups. I didn't mean to say that, but the smaller cups of that. So I don't know if that's really drinking on a premise, but that would allow other vendors, of course, local vendors, and we do have local vendors here that sell spirits and wines and things like that. They would be able to go in there and show their wares and say they're from the Osceola County area. So I just want council to consider that if we're considering to allow this to happen, to take that stipulation out of it. I yield back to you, Mayor.
I would be in support of that as well.
All right, thank you. Yeah, absolutely. I believe that all those stores, they offer wine tastings or samplings or product samples. That's correct. You can come up to the podium, please, sir.
They offer small samplings. It's not where you can come in and get a cocktail anymore, because our license prohibits us because we have a PS license, not a consumption on premise. So you can't have a full cocktail or walk around with the beer.
Yes, sir. City attorney, is there a way to work that language that could allow that?
Well, I think if the way we interpret the code, the package store definition that leads us to where we are today is essentially says for a use that is primarily used as a package store. So as in my view, interpreting that, as long as they're not doing basically it really points at the sale of beverages for on-site consumption. If they're doing wine tastings and they're not, they don't typically, I don't think they sell wine tastings, but if they're not doing that. So I think it would be consistent with the code. So I think Mr. Gilbert mentioned it and Councilmember Urban also agreed. If you simply remove the condition that staff has put in there, I think you're fine.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Fletcher.
I just want to say that, when I first looked at this, I was like, all right, small business, we're a town built on small business. Most economies are. And then you also have the free market, like you're saying. So I'm torn. We have Mark over here who invested a lot of money in a property, redid the building, and has a unique operation, and they do give back with the whiskey festival and things of that nature. But I also understand the free market, so just because you did a smaller operation, this is a bigger operation. We can't, I don't feel, block it. What I would, kindly ask, and I know this is a crazy thing to ask, is, St. Cloud is a small town, and I just ask that, we work together in a unified effort to provide products and services. So.
Yes, sir. I'd like to offer one more comment, please. You said offer, give back. We're currently, I sit on the board as well as our executive vice president for United Cerebral Palsy, and we're building a 35,000 square foot building on Vine Street for 500 children with disabilities. And we are in a $19 million campaign right now. Our company, we're fortunate that we've been able to help build 8 schools for these children. So we're super excited about that new facility in Osceola.
Yes, sir. As I understand it, the owner of ABC actually owns some property near Harmony, correct?
Yes, sir.
Possibly in the JPA, maybe not, maybe just outside of it, but.
I think he's in St. Cloud. I'm not sure.
Yeah, it's not quite in the city limits where Hickory Tree comes out right there. Yeah. My only concern, and I spoke with Adriana, of course, earlier.
Yes, sir.
I have no problem with the liquor store or wine and spirit store. It was more of the optics of coming off of Neptune Road onto 192, kind of our gateway into our city. I care about the presentation of what that's going to look like. Sure. At first, speaking with the city manager and the city attorney, I said, is there any way we not have signage on that side of the building? But I do understand it's important to advertise to the maximum. But I'd ask if maybe in doing so, maybe include a mural on that side of the building to kind of give a
welcome to St. Cloud.
St. Cloud or Soldier City, something that kind of ties into the community.
That's easy.
And
we can work with staff on that. As long as the the welcome to St. Cloud doesn't count as our signage.
Yes.
So you're not,
It
you
would
need
be
another
painted on
exemption,
that.
is it?
No, I'm not looking for,
Yeah, I just, you know, but
we
the
would
way
like,
that
we would
road,
work with you on that.
yeah, the way that building is situated with that road, I mean, you're coming straight into the
Yes,
side
sir.
of the building, and it's just, it would look really good with a welcoming
Yep.
mural on there.
We'll
So,
work with Adriana and staff for your input, and we'll work together on that. That's easy.
We have a mural ordinance that we could work within, as long as he doesn't put anything on the mural that advertises alcohol.
No, no.
very cool. And I know Mr. Wells, they've also done a mural on their building. That's a beautiful
I
mural.
think somebody's done a beautiful one with a gator with wings.
Yeah, that's, yep.
That's awesome.
All right. Thank you
Okay,
very much.
thank you very much.
All right. Any other we have Deputy Mayor Fletcher.
Actually, it's for you, Mayor. I think that was, we worked hard on a public arts ordinance a while back. And I think asking for the addition of the mural is a fantastic idea. So I just want to say thank you for that.
Very cool. Yeah, I thought, good. Thank you. All right. Any other council input?
So this is, I'm sorry, this is a conditional use. I don't necessarily think you have to do it, but you could require the mural as a condition on the west side of the building if that's what you want to do.
I would like
Subject to the city's ordinance for murals.
I would like to add that to as a condition. Is that okay? And can we get a motion for this item?
So if I could clarify, so you'd be adding the mural condition, and then you would be removing the condition that says no events may occur on the premises that allow or encourages the on-site consumption of alcohol.
Yes, sir.
So that would be to replace it. So that would be your motion if you approve the CUP.
And it would still allow the signage on that building, what you would typically put. I think
Right,
it's-
they still would be able to, whatever the signage is that the code allows, they'd be able to do that.
I'd be okay with that. All right, I'd like to go ahead and make a motion with those conditions as stated by our city attorney. And can I get a second?
Second.
Second from Councilmember Urban. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Paul.
Aye.
Councilmember Urban.
Aye.
Councilmember Gilbert.
Aye.
Deputy Mayor Fletcher.
Aye.
Mayor Robertson.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0.
All right, can we go ahead and take a 5-minute recess now? And we'll come back.
Do we have?
Getting back started here.
All right. Okay. Is this to read?
All right, Madam Clerk, will you please read the next item?
Resolution number 2025-54R, a resolution of the City Council of the City of St. Cloud, Florida, approving a development agreement between WMG Acquisitions LLC and the City of St. Cloud related to development standards for the mixed-use urban center development located west of the Florida Turnpike, north of Clay Whaley Road, and east of Silverthorne Trail, authorizing the city manager to execute the agreement and providing an effective date.
I'm sorry, did we read both items? Please, yes.
Discussion and possible action regarding approval of the preliminary subdivision plan amendment for the county-approved PS 21-00007, creating an urban center for approximately plus minus 132.09 acres of land known as Heritage Cross Prairie, generally located west of the Florida Turnpike, north of Clay Whaley Road, and east of Silverthorne Trail.
Good evening, Melissa Dunklin, Director of Community Development. Prior to this meeting, we met with the applicants and we came to resolution on several of the items. So I will just breeze through the presentation, or if you want me to slow down and talk about anything specifically, then just let me know. This case before you tonight is for Heritage Urban Center at Cross Prairie Development Agreement and Preliminary Subdivision Plan. The Edgewater Urban Center was annexed in July of 2021. The applicant is requesting to enter into a development agreement to modify the development standards on the proposed preliminary subdivision plan amendment, and the applicant is concurrently requesting approval of a preliminary subdivision plan amendment to the county's approved PS 21-0007 for the urban center on approximately 132 acres. The future land use is mixed use and the zoning is also mixed use. The place type that they are is the urban center, and in the east of Lake Toho element, it requires that urban centers are designed with the structure of blocks, streets, public spaces, and buildings to evolve over time into a form resembling a traditional downtown and requiring a minimum mix of 15% residential, 55% commercial office, and 10% public park civic space. This was just a graphic representation of the roadway type. The modifications that were captured in the development agreement is to allow administrative modifications to the plan up to 20% to modify the streets in the land development code. Phasing, timing of improvements, changing the form of the center, modifying the LDC street tree requirements, reducing the building height, modifying the building sizes, maximum requirement, modifying the LDC build-to line. And then we're just going to talk a little bit about the roadway classifications. There were A and B streets. On the A streets, they were allowed to have the front facade of the buildings, a park or plaza, street screens up to 30 inches for a knee wall. And then on the B street frontages, they were allowed to have front facades of the building, parks, plazas, street screens with the 30-inch knee wall, landscaping area, screening the vehicular areas, and two-way drive aisles. And we agreed that we would treat the Urban Center Main Street, Cross Prairie Parkway Street 2 and Street 3 as A streets, and Nolte Road and Street 4 as B streets. Here's just a layout of the street network. Now on to the preliminary subdivision plan. They are modifying the development program. They're modifying the urban center form. This just shows what was approved in the county versus what is approved in the city. Let's see, this one was, I think that's duplicate, but basically that's just talking about the building form and height of the buildings again. And then we were going to show what we thought were good examples of developments that had safe pedestrian environments with public gathering spaces and defined build-to lines with street frontages. And then we've got some examples of what this type of form that will create a walkable development. And so I'll just skip through those. Okay, here is a screenshot of the preliminary subdivision plan that was approved in Osceola County. Here is a screenshot of the proposed amendment. This was one of the graphics that showed the scale of the proposed amendment. And this is the proposed target build out of the development. Okay, staff is recommending approval of resolution number 2025-05R and the PSP, the preliminary subdivision plan amendment, with the following conditions. We are changing the first condition of approval slightly. It will read alternative street cross sections shall be generally consistent with dimensional requirements in LDC tables 3.10.3A through E, or as approved by the city manager or designee. And the second condition will read, the applicant is to submit an updated copy of the amended preliminary subdivision plans demonstrating that the updated development standards in the development agreement, including the trail going completely around the large stormwater pond. So that one's modified slightly as well to include the trail going completely around the stormwater pond. And then we have the condition that the tri-party agreement must be in place prior to any development approval in Heritage Mixed-Use Urban Center. The required improvements and project contributions will be adjusted in the tri-party agreement to match the approved traffic impact analysis and confirmed actual costs. Again, staff recommends approval of the development agreement and the preliminary subdivision plan amendment with the conditions as stated by staff. And we are requesting that council also approve resolution number 2025-054R and approve the preliminary subdivision plan amendment with the conditions as presented by staff. And we are available for any questions, and the applicant is also available for questions.
Point of
Sorry.
clarification.
Yeah, hold on one second.
Oh,
Can you go back
sorry.
2 slides, please? And city manager, you go ahead.
I just wanted to point out the city council received a printed copy of the development agreement. Anything shown in yellow was language that we agreed upon earlier today. There's a few things that Melissa didn't mention, like where it says as shown in Exhibit B. There's only a few, and I think it's on page 1, page 7. Yeah.
One
and
more
page
slide.
8.
Oh, one more slide.
Yeah, it wasn't on there. I think it was a comment you made about the, about around the stormwater sidewalk.
Oh, yes, yes. One of the conditions of approval is that the trail goes around the whole stormwater pond, the large one at the southern area of this plant.
Okay. Yeah, I believe I spoke about that during our
Yes.
meeting with the applicant. So, thank you. City manager, you're good?
I was turning it off. I just wanted to clarify. So our recommendation is the developer's agreement as modified in the printout that you have and the conditions that Melissa stated.
And would the applicant like to speak on this item?
Good evening, Joe Thacker, 17 South Orlando Avenue, Kissimmee. We appreciate the work that has been done on this and feel like we've got the conditions where they need to be tonight. I think there is one more that we want to add. Reading, provide a consolidated branding package and placemaking plan, including wayfinding prior to a subdivision construction plan or site development plan approval. You're fine with that. So we would offer that as well. I do want to also point out that we will be making the crosswalks safe as we can, and providing if where there's traffic signals buttons that you can press. We will have the where there's no signalization, we will have assistance called a hawk. I don't know what that means, but to help get people across.
I'm guessing it was the city manager that mentioned.
It was Councilmember
Oh,
Paul.
really?
So I want to make sure.
I have to ask her all the time, what is that? Sorry.
So we want to make sure, we will make sure that the pedestrian, we want this as walkable and vibrant and have people, pedestrian friendly as possible. So I wanted to make sure that went on the record too. If you would like a presentation, we have a lot of people here that would be happy to give you a presentation. We did leave one at your seat so you can see the architectural renderings. We're excited about this project and we'll answer any questions that you may have.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Deputy Mayor Fletcher.
I just want to say thank you. And then again, I did bring up a last minute add-on condition. So I just wanted to apologize for the last minute there. I know that staff and the developer and council has worked very diligently to get this across the finish line. I know you're up against a deadline. We appreciate the fact that you are moving that up and aligning the project with the Turnpike interchange, as well as the development of Cross Prairie Parkway, which will help with transportation while also serving our community through a large commercial build out and commercial tax base. Council, one of the conditions that I wanted to add was what she mentioned, was ensuring that the entire development has theming and placemaking. So when you're in the development, you know you're in that development and it's not different in different pieces. You'll know. So it won't look like, hopefully, not like the Loop or all these other mass developments. It'll have its own character to it throughout the entire development. So that was the intent of adding the condition. So again, kudos to staff and thank you to the applicant.
I want to ask a question. Is that included in the new developer agreement? Or is that the conditions?
It is not. We just got it. So we will add it as a condition of approval to tonight.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay.
Before we take further council comment, are there anyone in the audience like to speak on this item? No? All right. Thank you. Councilmember Paul.
I want to say thank you to Ms. Joe Thacker for speaking that publicly and addressing my concern. Thank you.
Councilmember Urban.
Yeah, I thought that was a great idea, Deputy Mayor Fletcher, about the placemaking there. And just thank you to staff and everybody who worked together to make this possible. I'm excited to move this forward in our city.
Okay. And yes, I do want to thank the applicant's representative for meeting with me a few months back, a few times now, and the phone calls. I do appreciate that. The more information, the easier it is to make the decision, further down the road here. So thank you for including us all in early on with the information. So I'm excited. I think this is great. This is what we're looking for. And hopefully we get some jobs in here and some more restaurants. I know everybody's saying we want restaurants, we need hotels, and I think this kind of accomplishes and kills a lot of birds with one stone. So thank you all for bringing this forward. And with that, can I get a motion on this?
Motion to approve with the conditions as stated, both by staff and the applicant, and the submitted developers agreement from staff.
All right, we have a motion from Deputy Mayor Fletcher as read into the record. Can we get a second?
Second.
Second from Councilmember Paul. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Urban.
Aye.
Councilmember Gilbert.
Aye.
Deputy Mayor Fletcher.
Aye.
Councilmember Paul.
Aye.
Mayor Robertson.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0.
Next item.
And next item, we need a motion for item number 2.
Motion for approval
Same conditions.
with the same conditions as the previous item.
Second.
We have a motion from Deputy Mayor Fletcher with the conditions as item number 1, second from Councilmember Paul. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Gilbert.
Aye.
Deputy Mayor Fletcher.
Aye.
Councilmember Paul.
Aye.
Councilmember Urban.
Aye.
Mayor Robertson.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you very much and
Yes.
happy birthday.
Thank you, guys.
And
Item
Madam,
number 3 was pulled.
First readings.
Okay. All right, now we have first readings and introduction. The next items on the agenda are ordinances before the council for the first reading and introduction for the sole purpose of the council to authorize the publication of the ordinance for a final hearing. The council will not take final action on the item tonight. Full presentations and public input on the ordinances will occur at the final hearing at which the council will consider final action. Madam Clerk, please read item number 1.
First reading and introduction for ordinance number 25-16, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of St. Cloud, Osceola County, Florida, amending Chapter 48 Waterways of the Code of Ordinances and establishing Article 2, Creation, Section 48-4, Definitions, creating Section 48-5, Requirements for Operating Personal Watercrafts, Section 48-6, Regulations of Watercraft Rental Business, Section 48-7, Permits of Watercraft Rentals Businesses, Section 48-8, Enforcement and providing for conflict severability codification, administrative corrections of scrivener's errors, publications, and effective date.
And can I get a motion on item number 1?
Motion to approve.
Motion approved, Councilmember Urban.
Second.
Second, Deputy Mayor Fletcher. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Deputy Mayor Fletcher. Councilmember Paul.
Aye.
Councilmember Urban.
Aye.
Councilmember Gilbert.
Aye.
Mayor Robertson.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0.
Madam Clerk, please read item number 2.
First reading and introduction for ordinance number 2025-17, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of St. Cloud, Florida, amending Chapter 30 Parks and Recreation, Article 2, Special Events, Section 30-19, Application for Permit by requiring council approval for the use of fireworks, redefining safety and security plans to include a road and parking closure plans and requirements, if applicable, adding solid waste provisions requiring the event layout plans, establishing a cancellation of authority, and establishing an event decisions and appeal process of the Code of Ordinances of the City of St. Cloud and providing an effective date.
All right, can we get a motion on that item?
Motion to approve.
Motion approved, Deputy Mayor Fletcher.
Second.
Second, Councilmember Paul. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Paul.
Aye.
Councilmember Urban.
Aye.
Councilmember Gilbert.
Aye.
Deputy Mayor Fletcher.
Aye.
Mayor Robertson.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0.
Madam Clerk, please call item number 3.
First reading and introduction for ordinance number 2025-28. An ordinance of the City Council of the City of St. Cloud, Florida to annex into the City of St. Cloud approximately plus minus 2,308.94 acres identified as encumbrance annexations, Zone 1, 2, and 4, located south of Neptune Road and west of Cross Prairie Parkway, Hickory Tree Road, and Nolte Road, east of the Turnpike between Clay Whaley Road and Kissimmee Park Road, within the Joint Planning Area Interlocal Agreement, JPA, in accordance with voluntary annexation provisions of Chapter 171.044 Florida statutes.
And can we get a motion on that item?
Motion.
Second.
Motion approved, Councilmember Gilbert. Second, Councilmember Urban. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Urban.
Aye.
Councilmember Gilbert.
Aye.
Deputy Mayor Fletcher.
Aye.
Councilmember Paul.
Aye.
Mayor Robertson.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0.
And Madam Clerk, please call item number 4.
First reading and introduction of ordinance number 2025-04, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of St. Cloud, Florida to annex into the City of St. Cloud approximately plus minus 1,378 acres identified as Edgewater West, located east of Cherokee Road, north of Kissimmee Park Road, south of Clay Whaley Road, in accordance with the voluntary annexations of provisions of Chapter 171.044 Florida statutes.
Can we get a motion on that item?
Motion to approve.
Second.
We have a motion from Deputy Mayor Fletcher, second from Councilmember Gilbert. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Gilbert.
Aye.
Deputy Mayor Fletcher.
Aye.
Councilmember Paul.
Aye.
Councilmember Urban.
Aye.
Mayor Robertson.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0.
And Clerk, please read the next item.
First reading and introduction for ordinance number 2025-05, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of St. Cloud, Florida, assigning a future land use designation of mixed use to approximately plus minus 1,378 acres identified as Edgewater West, located east of Cherokee Road and northwest of Kissimmee Park Road, south of Clay Whaley Road, providing for amending of the official future land use map of the Comprehensive Plan, filing of the Planning Commission's recommendations, proof of publication, applicability, effect, severability, copies on file, and effective date.
And can we get a motion?
Motion to approve.
Motion from Councilmember Paul,
Second.
second from Councilmember Urban. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Deputy Mayor Fletcher. Councilmember Paul.
Aye.
Councilmember Urban.
Aye.
Councilmember Gilbert.
Aye.
Mayor Robertson.
Aye.
Motion carries 4-0.
And Madam Clerk, please read item number 6.
First reading and introduction for ordinance number 2025-06, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of St. Cloud, Florida, providing a zoning amendment of the zoning map of the Land Development Code of the City of St. Cloud, Florida, specifically changing the zoning designation of approximately plus minus 1,378 acres identified as Edgewater West from MXD Mixed Use County Zoning District to Mixed Use City Zoning Designation with a mixed-use future land use designation located east of Cherokee Road, northwest of Kissimmee Park Road, south of Clay Whaley Road, providing for entering the designation of the official zoning map and filing of the Planning Commission's recommendations, proof of publication, severability, and effective date.
Motion.
Second.
We have a motion from Councilmember Gilbert, second from Councilmember Paul. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Paul.
Aye.
Councilmember Urban.
Aye.
Councilmember Gilbert.
Aye.
Deputy Mayor Fletcher. Mayor Robertson.
Aye.
Motion carries 4-0.
And Madam Clerk, please read item number 7.
First reading and introduction for ordinance number 2025-43, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of St. Cloud, Florida, to annex into the City of St. Cloud approximately 28.6 acres identified as 192 and Nova Road, located north of East Earl Bronson Memorial Highway and west of Nova Road within the Joint Planning Area Interlocal Agreement, JPA, in accordance with voluntary annexation provisions of Chapter 171.044 Florida statutes.
And can we get a motion on that item?
Motion to approve.
Motion approved. Councilmember Paul.
Second.
Second, Deputy Mayor Fletcher. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Urban.
Aye.
Councilmember Gilbert.
Aye.
Deputy Mayor Fletcher.
Aye.
Councilmember Paul.
Aye.
Mayor Robertson.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0.
You doing okay over there, Madam Clerk?
Yeah.
You take a breather. We got about 7 or 8 more of them at least. 10. We got a lot. Ready? All right. Madam Clerk, please read item number 8.
First reading and introduction for ordinance number 2025-44, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of St. Cloud, Florida, assigning a future land use designation of commercial to approximately plus minus 28.6 acres identified as Nova and 192, located north of East Earl Bronson Memorial Highway and west of Nova Road, providing for amending of the official future land use map of the comprehensive plan, filing the Planning Commission's recommendations, proof of publication, applicability, effects, severabilities, copies on file, and effective date.
And can we get a motion on that item?
Motion to approve.
Motion approved. Deputy Mayor Fletcher.
Second.
Second, Councilmember Paul. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Gilbert.
Aye.
Deputy Mayor Fletcher.
Aye.
Councilmember Paul.
Aye.
Councilmember Urban.
Aye.
Mayor Robertson.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0.
Madam Clerk, please read item number 8.
Number 9, right?
Oh, I'm sorry. Nope, 9. You're right.
Okay.
I thought I said 9. I said 8.
First reading and introduction for ordinance number 2025-45, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of St. Cloud, Florida, providing a zoning amendment of the zoning map of the Land Development Code of the City of St. Cloud, Florida, specifically just changing the zoning designation of approximately plus minus 28.6 acres identified as Nova and 192 from CG Commercial General to CR Commercial Residential and PD Plan Development County to PUD Plan Unit Development City. Zoning designation with commercial future land use map designation generally located north of East Earl Bronson Memorial Highway, west of Nova Road, providing for entering the designation of the official zoning map, filing the planning recommendations, proof of publication, severability, and effective date.
And can we get a motion on that item?
Motion to approve.
Motion approved. Deputy Mayor Fletcher.
Second.
Second, Councilmember Paul. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Deputy Mayor Fletcher.
Aye.
Councilmember Paul.
Aye.
Councilmember Urban.
Aye.
Councilmember Gilbert.
Aye.
Mayor Robertson.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0.
Madam Clerk, please read item number 10.
First reading and introduction for ordinance number 2025-37, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of St. Cloud, Florida, to annex into the City of St. Cloud approximately plus minus 26.38 acres, identified as Marlowe Apartments at Nova Road, located south of East Earl Ronson Memorial Highway, west of Nova Road, east of Mossy Vine Avenue, in accordance with the voluntary annexation provisions of Chapter 171.044 Florida statutes.
And can we get a motion?
Motion.
Motion to approve, Councilmember Gilbert,
Second.
second from Deputy Mayor Fletcher. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Paul?
Aye.
Councilmember Urban?
Aye.
Councilmember Gilbert?
Aye.
Deputy Mayor Fletcher?
Aye.
Mayor Robertson?
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0.
And Madam Clerk, please read item number 11.
First reading and introduction for ordinance number 2025-38, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of St. Cloud, Florida, to annex into the City of St. Cloud approximately plus minus 2 acres identified as Primrose School of St. Cloud, located east of South Marcusi Road, north of Ralph Miller Road, south of Ditson Drive, west of Hackney Road, in accordance with the voluntary annexation provisions of Chapter 171.044 Florida statutes.
And can we get a motion?
Motion to approve.
Motion approved, Deputy Mayor Fletcher.
Second.
Second, Councilmember Paul. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Urban?
Aye.
Councilmember Gilbert?
Aye.
Deputy Mayor Fletcher?
Aye.
Councilmember Paul?
Aye.
Mayor Robertson?
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0.
Madam Clerk, please read item number 12 into the record.
First reading and introduction for ordinance number 2025-39, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of St. Cloud, Florida, assigning a future land use designation of commercial to approximately plus minus 2 acres, identified as Primrose School at St. Cloud, located east of South Marcusi Road, north of Ralph Miller Road, and south of Ditson Drive, and west of Hackney Road, providing for amending of the official future land use map of the comprehensive plan, founding on the Planning Commission's recommendations, proof of publication, applicability effects, severabilities, copies on file, and effective date.
Can we get a motion on this item?
Motion to approve.
Motion approved, Deputy Mayor Fletcher.
Second.
Second, Councilmember Urban. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Gilbert?
Aye.
Deputy Mayor Fletcher?
Aye.
Councilmember Paul?
Aye.
Councilmember Urban?
Aye.
Mayor Robertson?
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0.
Madam Clerk, please read item number 13 into the record.
First reading and introduction for ordinance number 2025-40, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of St. Cloud, Florida, providing a zoning amendment for the zoning map of the Land Development Code of the City of St. Cloud, Florida, specifically changing the zoning designation to approximately plus minus 2 acres identified as Primrose School, St. Cloud, from USM Urban Settlement Manufactured Product County to HB Highway Business zoning designation with a commercial future land use designation, generally located east of South Marcusi Road, north of Ralph Miller Road, south of Ditson Drive, and west of Hackney Road, providing for entering the designation of the official zoning map, following the Planning Commission's recommendations, proof of publication, severability, and effective date.
I'd like to make a comment on this one really quick. It's on the last item as well, but let's keep in mind when this comes up for approval, this is a daycare, Primrose Schools. And also that's going to be on that next agenda is the cell phone tower, either 2 or 3 properties away from a daycare. So just wanted to put that in y'all's minds, let you know that. And can we get a motion on this item?
Motion to approve.
Motion approved, Deputy Mayor Fletcher.
Second.
Second from Councilmember Urban. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Deputy Mayor Fletcher?
Aye.
Councilmember Paul?
Aye.
Councilmember Urban?
Aye.
Councilmember Gilbert?
Aye.
Mayor Robertson?
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0.
Madam Clerk, please read item number 14 into the record.
First reading introduction for ordinance number 2025-41, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of St. Cloud, Florida, assigning a future land use designation, medium-density residential, to approximately plus minus 1.64 acres, identified as Palm Properties, located east of Narcoossee Road, north of East Earl Bronson Memorial Highway, south of Lillian Lee Road, and west of Puffin Road, providing for amending of the official future land use map of the comprehensive plan, following the Planning Commission's recommendations, proof of publication, applicability effects, severability, copies on file, and effective date.
And can we get a motion on that item?
Motion to approve.
Motion approved, Deputy Mayor Fletcher.
Second.
Second, Councilmember Paul. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Paul?
Aye.
Councilmember Urban?
Aye.
Councilmember Gilbert?
Aye.
Deputy Mayor Fletcher?
Aye.
Mayor Robertson?
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0.
Last one. Madam Clerk, please read item number 15.
First reading introduction for ordinance number 2025-42. An ordinance of the City Council of the City of St. Cloud, Florida, providing a zoning amendment of the zoning map of the Land Development Code of the City of St. Cloud, Florida, specifically changing the zoning designation of approximately plus minus 1.64 acres identified as farm properties from AC agricultural to R2 single-family dwelling zoning designation with a medium-density residential featured land use designation located east of Narcousie Road, north of East Earl Bronson Memorial Highway, south of Little and Lee Road, and west of Puffin Road, providing for amending of the official future land use map of the comprehensive plan, following the Planning Commission's recommendations, proof of publication, applicability effects, severability copies on file, and effective date.
And can we get a motion on that item?
Motion approved.
Motion approved. Deputy Mayor Fletcher, second by Councilmember Urban. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Irvin.
Aye.
Councilmember Gilbert.
Aye.
Deputy Mayor Fletcher.
Aye.
Councilmember Paul.
Aye.
Mayor Robertson.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0.
All right, City Attorney, do you have anything you'd like to discuss?
One quick item. It's that time of the year again where you need to do your ethics seminar presentation that the 4 hours that the state legislature requires you to have annually. We're hoping we could do the presentation on May 15th. It's your workshop. It's 4 hours. I don't know if there's anything else on that agenda at this point.
Is there any way we can do it virtually? There's a training session virtually that we did on our own? Did that happen, or does this have to be as a group?
Well, it doesn't, there's several options to be able to do this. Historically, we've done the presentation of the council as a small group. The League of Cities does make available seminars and stuff that you can do that. In the past, we've sort of alternated years. We would do it live and then we'd record it, and then the following year you just listen to the recording from the prior year. We thought this year, since you had your two council members who hadn't been through the training before, it might be good to do it live. It's up to the council, but I personally think the ability to have it in a smaller group discussion and focus more on St. Cloud as opposed to what the league does. The league does theirs from a more of a statewide perspective and gives it actually works out better. So that's why we're recommending this, but it's entirely up to the council about how you want to do it.
Would it be possible to zoom in for that 4 hours? Business calls that day, and I don't want to.
Well, we can pick another day.
I don't want to slow them down, though.
Well, the only issue, you have to have it done so that you can do your Form 1 filing by July 1st. So we have to have it in place. It has to be done before July 1st.
We can break it into two. We've
You
done
can
that
do 2
before.
hours,
I would
whatever you want.
highly recommend it. It's a hard day for 4 straight hours. Sorry, Dan.
Much as I love Dan.
I'll be sorry, I'm the one doing the
So-
talking. They just sit there and drink coffee. Lots of it to stay awake.
We can
But
take a break and come right back in for another 4
we can do.
hours.
It's up to you. We want to make it as.
Right now.
We can start right now. I did some of it to the Historic Preservation Board the other night, so we can do that.
I just don't want to stall the council. That happens to be.
We can do it 2 hours, whatever date. If you want to pick another date, that's fine. Whatever you want to do. So we just need to coordinate it.
I can have Kelly work with each of you
You
on
would
your
work with-
schedules.
I'm just out of the state during those just few days, the 12th.
No, so let's pick another date. Well, I think you're better off trying to get it scheduled before the end of May in case there's any issues, because you don't want to be up against it. You want to make sure you get your Form 1 file well before July 1st.
Because we got 7th special council, 8th council,
Yeah.
and then I leave on the 9th and then back on the 17th.
We potentially could do it April 24th. We have a CRA
I
meeting
won't
and we
be
were.
available.
Oh, that's right. We will. I think the easiest thing is
Thank
we'll have Kelly work with each of your schedules. We'll find some days.
Right. That's all I have, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. City Manager.
I have a few things, and Tisha left, but I'm gonna tell the planning department to listen to what I just wanted to point out to the city council. Our planning department and the amount of work and the things that they have been working on. I just want to, point out a few of them because, as you know, that they're constantly trying so hard to bring good quality projects. Our agendas are full, in addition to the fact that they're working on updating the comprehensive plan. They're working on adding these annexations that were never part of their work plan for this year. They cleaned up code enforcement. They're continuing to make code enforcement even better. They helped with that intergovernmental agenda and all the backup for it. And we've had multiple workshops that somehow always involve planning. Everything in the city involves planning. They're short-staffed. You know, we have several vacant positions. We have outsourced as much as we can, looking for more people to come help us on the outsourcing. But I just wanted to give them some kudos and let, you know, just make sure that council realizes all the stuff that they're working on right now. Because I'm very proud of them because they're doing a lot. I'm also very proud that I think the city clerk should become an auctioneer. She's on her.
Bismail will get fired.
She's on her way because she speaks faster because she's going to be an auctioneer. I wanted to share that the Citizens Academy graduated 24 students last week. You know, several years ago, we couldn't get applicants for the Citizens Academy, but you know, the communications department has really worked with all of the departments to make it such a good experience. Now we have to turn people away when we do it. And, you know, that has become the pipeline into applications for all of our citizen advisory committees that you guys have now really had some fun having to pick people for them, where before we couldn't get enough applicants. So I just wanted to recognize we had 24 graduate. City staff, we just launched a city leadership development program. So there's going to be 20 participants from each of the departments, the bigger departments. Some departments can't send 20, but 20 participants each from the bigger departments. And then I need to get some clarification on something previously discussed with other council members, that we were going to make some changes beginning this year, which would have gone into effect July 1st. And so I need to get clarification if the council is going to still be okay with this. We were going to stop broadcasting on Spectrum Channel 499, which would save the city $800 a month. And we would start broadcasting the city council meetings live on YouTube and on the city website, which we already started that early. I will say that when we have issues broadcasting on Spectrum, there's only one person who ever calls and tells us. They can't tell us what our viewership is. We don't think we have much. YouTube is free to anybody with the internet. Spectrum, you have to pay for it. And you know, nowadays, so many people don't even pay for channel 499 because that's even like above, you know, a lot. They have so many packages now where you sometimes only just pay for 10 channels. So I just wanted to confirm that the board is good with us moving forward with this. All right, I see 3. Okay, 4. Okay, thank you. That's it. Thank you.
All right, thank you, City Manager. Councilmember Paul.
Well, I want to say, first off, kindness goes a long way. So I want to say thank you to Chief Miller and Chief Gerke for sending a special birthday request to my nephew. He is special needs. So they both sent representation. And when they did come out, Jeremiah was telling everybody about the fire truck and the police truck. So thank you so much. You made his day. That's all I have.
Councilmember Urban.
I want to echo the city manager's comments on the planning staff. We're a rapidly growing city, and it's just keeping the tracks in front of the train right now. It's crazy. So thank you to everybody on the planning staff for doing that. And thank you to Councilmember Gilbert for inviting us to his birthday party tonight.
My grandchildren are in the lobby waiting for me.
The one thing I want
They couldn't get up
to
there at
bring up is, and because I don't get a chance to talk to the council very often, and I've vented to the city manager about this, but I want to vent to you guys. I'm so sick and tired of the hotel being constantly under construction. If there's anything we could do to ratchet up the pressure on them and get them to do something or get it completed, I don't know what options we have, but it's just so frustrating.
I walked by it and there was noise going on in there. I
don't know
what. That's 2 raccoons.
I can I have an email from the building official because I heard something going on also. I'll look it up and I can forward that email to you to let you know what they were doing. But it wasn't work that's going to help extend the permit that which I believe expires in June.
Yeah.
And after that, we can start code enforcement action.
Yes.
Okay.
So we're almost at June.
That's all. All right, thank you. Deputy Mayor Fletcher.
I had a couple things. One, I'd like to ask the council if they would be okay allowing Theater in the Cloud to give a presentation of their organization at the May City Council meeting, if that would be all right, to kind of give an overview of their program and the arts and stuff that they offer here in the city.
I mean, it kind of fall in with the arts people already coming in for that.
Yeah, I just need consensus.
We have the St. Cloud High School Arts
Oh, very good.
Department, so it'll kind of be, and there's going to be, prior to that, I'm going to be hosting them in the bridge for
Oh, perfect.
an art show.
Awesome.
I think there was consensus there.
The second thing that I had is we're in the process of opening another company here in the city, and I had the wonderful opportunity to speak to both code enforcement and we went through our fire inspection. And I just wanted to say that the changes that we have asked for over the period of time, at least since I've sat on council, was you could definitely tell the difference on how our staff approaches the public. They were very helpful. They were very well prepared, and they even, when a couple things are wrong, they said that we're here to help you and walk you through these processes and get you across the finish line. We hope that you're successful. So kudos to code enforcement and the fire department for implementing the items that we've sent down the chain. So I appreciate that. That's all I have.
And Councilmember Gilbert.
Well, thank you for that proclamation or that birthday song. I don't know what you're pulling on my leg there, but
I was like, yeah, stay up here for another proclamation.
but these are great moments to share with these folks because we all prepare differently to get to the same results. And not being able to communicate is through the sunshine laws kind of hinders us a little bit. But I just like to thank this council for working so we get through these things. And we have four different wonderful minds, not mine, but that actually really care about the city. So you can see that today's meetings. And I appreciate the work, the hard work council and staff puts into this. So that's it. And again, thanks for singing happy birthday. And it's really cool to be older.
All right. Yeah, I'd like to first off start by saying I enjoyed the time we spent together in Tallahassee. I think we got some stuff done up there. That was some great legislators. And I also want to point out, I don't think we said it earlier, it's Kelly Bravant's birthday as well. So we kind of give her a shout out there if she sees this. Obviously, it's been this past month's been a little rough between council and some staff, but I think we can work through it. Some of the things that kind of concern me, we've got budget coming up, and I know we've kind of pushed that closer because I believe somebody's going to be going on vacation. Is that correct? So what are the dates on with the budget workshop?
I'm not sure off the top of my head.
Was it July?
I thought it was June 14th, was it?
14th.
June 14th, I thought.
Yeah.
July 14th, I'm sorry.
Yeah, we wanted to make sure that once we have it prepared, that you would have the opportunity to get it in advance. But also, because we do have 2 brand new board members, we wanted to push it forward instead of pushing it back so that if we get sent back to the drawing board, we would have time to rebalance or do whatever we needed to do.
Okay. Yeah, and my concern with that is this is my first year doing this. And obviously, a lot of the friction comes from you may not always know what I'm looking for or what to tell me. It's kind of so when things feel like they're being sprung upon me, that causes frustration. And I think we all feel that when things like that happen. So I would like to preempt that and kind of help that process. And I know typically, Dan knows, and we've had some times in the past where there's been investigations for, into this person, that person, whatever, using section 3.11. But I feel that we need to use that to go through, have a thorough investigation of all departments. That's not a bad thing. It's for the good. I want to know it from the top down, bottom up. I think it will help me in the budget process because I'm not right now. I'm very uneasy on a lot of issues here, and I really need a thorough. I need all of the documents. I need to really study this entire city and every department. So, and I know I'm not going to do that overnight, and that's where when we push the budget time back, I think that'll kind of keep me from fully understanding what we're trying to get to there. So I want to hear if y'all have any thoughts on that. If, it's on us to, we have the right to investigate every department. Not necessarily it's a bad thing. It can be a good thing. Going through all the documents, speaking with staff, that's something we don't want to bother them in the day to day, but it's something that can be done once every couple of weeks, have a meeting that kind of goes through a department, says, and we kind of check off a bunch of boxes all the way down. Then we kind of move forward closer to the budget season. So do y'all have any thoughts on that?
I'm just trying to understand, but what what do you mean, like an audit of like every the spending on every department, or?
Well, I assume that when it comes time to budget, we're going to be getting a lot of numbers, and it's going to come at us fast. Well, you're used to it. I'm not used to that, and I know there are a lot of things that I'm not happy with, that I have major concerns with the way over the past month with some of these monies that. I said, I just want a thorough review, and that's what it is. It's nothing, it's not a gotcha on anything. I like a thorough review of everything.
Is this something that would be done by like a third party or done by us
Nope.
individually?
It would be us as a council. So essentially what I would like to do is work with the city manager and the city attorney, and maybe make requests for certain documents or whatever it may be. And then we have a workshop on it or a meeting, whatever we want to call these things, and where we all have that same information. We can sit down and thoroughly review it. And I just feel it'll help us where we can communicate. We can't communicate about this, especially as it gets closer to budget. We can't communicate that unless we're up here. And I think it would really help me to fully understand the city, and so we won't have issues down the road. That's it. I kind of want to go through, because right now I feel like I'm in the dark on a lot. So that's my concern.
So do you want to do it on is your thought to do it on a department by department basis? Just basically have a department, have a meeting where one department comes up here and explains.
Not necessarily an explanation. I think, request
Go
information.
through what they do and their budget piece and individually.
No, sir. No, not necessarily.
okay.
No, pretty much when we sit down, say as a workshop, say I put a request in, hey, I would like these documents, the staff, what they're paid, what their roles are.
Okay.
And I'm not saying that they're not all valuable. Of course they are. I just want to see how the government functions here. And I think that, we don't know what we don't know. And I believe that there's a lot that I don't know. So, we see issues come up every so often, every few weeks. I just want to know when we make a decision for the budget for the next year, at least my first time coming in here, I want to know that I've thoroughly vetted this entire city. And that's it. This isn't, we're not trying to go after any person. It's actually, I want to better understand this, so it makes it easier in the budget process. That's my concern.
So how fast are you trying to get this started?
Well, city manager wants the budget done by, what's the workshop?
I think we just said was June 15th.
Right, that's in a few months.
And
July
15th. Okay, I'm sorry. And just to be clear, council can request any information ever. Just to be clear.
Individually,
Yeah.
yes.
Mhm.
But when this would be something totally different than that. This will be whatever it'll be. It may be a large request, but I want everybody to have the same information, and then we all sit down together, and then we can go through each department. As Dan has said, we can go through each department, and then we can check off that box and move on to the next. I just want to have a full understanding because right now I can tell you, I don't go down into the first floor or the second floor and I have no idea what these folks are doing. And I don't understand their departments. And you don't have the time to sit down and because I could definitely sit down with you for weeks to go through all that, but you don't have the time to do that. I don't mind everybody getting the same information on my own time. I can study what I need to study. If they like to, they may know what I don't know. And then we all sit down and discuss it, and then we can move on to the next department. And it's our job. I mean, the powers are vested in this council. And I know to make me feel comfortable about making the decisions on spending taxpayers' dollars, I want to know 100% from the top up where we're spending the money and how it functions. Not questioning that it's not being spent properly. I trust your staff. I trust the department heads. I just want to feel more comfortable about it, knowing that when I say yes, it is the right way. It is what it is. So, I don't like rubber stamping anything, and I don't feel that it is. I think it's like with the mobility fees, when the whole deal's negotiated out and it's just a yay or a nay, I don't feel comfortable with things like that. So
I think the council will be pleasantly surprised with how well staff does with very little.
it has nothing to do with that.
No, but I'm
It's
but
an
I'm
un-
saying as a result,
It's
if
an
this
understanding.
happens,
I hope so.
If this happens, I think council will be very proud that staff is putting together what we're doing and how we're functioning the way we're functioning.
Yeah. So is that something that we can do? And I can work with the city manager and the city attorney. We can get whatever information, everybody get the same information, and then we can schedule, we can call it a workshop, a budget. One call it a budget workshop because that's what you call it. We can call it a budget inquiry workshop. Just kind of lead right up into the budget so I fully understand and I can sit here and hash it out with the people who have been up here for a few years. So I'd like to go ahead and make a motion to do that if that's the council's wish.
Second.
We have a second from Councilmember Paul. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
What,
I don't know
what are we,
I don't know
what
what
are
we're
we
voting on.
voting on?
We're using section 3.11, the investigations, to thoroughly go through each department. You didn't hear my explanation?
Yeah, I did. I just,
Yeah.
Essentially,
There'll be like workshops where we just go over the information, every department leading up to the budget time.
okay. I'm just talking this out with everybody because this is the only time I get to. I have a concern that because this is a part-time job and I also have a full-time job, that this is going to be extremely time-consuming on being like, are we talking about a workshop every week? Or are we talking about?
No, it probably once every couple weeks.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. And you can do with the information what you want. I mean, if it's something that you already know the stuff, then it wouldn't really apply. But this is the kind of stuff where I want to go thoroughly through each department and fully understand it before I vote on a budget. That's kind of where I'm at with it.
So are we talking about like a budget workshop, but specifically for each department?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
So I have a comment.
Yes, sir.
So what would you be asking of the different departments? So if they're
Anything and everything. Everything.
But they're going to need to know, like,
They will know. That's where I said I'd work with the city attorney and city manager. And then during when we do the meetings or the workshops, then everybody else can ask those as well, but everybody would get the same information.
Right. So I'm just talking this out like Councilmember Urban said. So when we go, so last year when we do the budget workshop, so every department head is there. We individually, it's like 6 hours long.
I understand.
Like we go through almost every line item in the budget, and then we would ask, hey, what is this? Hey, what is this? I'm not sure because it's going to be very intensive, I think, to go through every single function of the department. I think it would be a strain on the department.
You don't have to. If you choose not to, that's your prerogative. It's a method to get all of the information, and then we can have the workshop, and we can sit down with them and ask any and all
But
questions.
who
We can
determines
discuss
what information that are just asked for?
the entire city, from the top to the bottom, from the bottom to the top. I want to
Right.
learn every department before I vote on a budget.
So with all due respect.
You don't have to vote for it, Council or Deputy Mayor.
Right. I was just saying, because I have, so the city manager is pretty good about, like, we have access to all the directors. So like we can request from like we can get any and everything that we want. We don't have to, if there's something that they're like you find, we can bring it up at a workshop and discuss. I don't think we need to formally say, oh, we're going to launch this. We're going to use this section to like completely go through every single department.
I believe that's our duty to do that, sir. And I believe that it would be time consuming to keep going back to the director time and time again and piecemealing information. So we check off the boxes, we take care of one department at a time, line them up. But, maybe it's just more for me, but I know I don't feel comfortable right now with the way things have been operating.
And
So I want to, and this isn't a gotcha on anybody.
No, I realize.
This is, I want to fully understand the city. And I would hope that you would want your mayor to fully
absolutely.
understand the city.
I would ask like what kind of what was the like why like the reason like what
I think I just
there's
explained that.
you said there's things that you're not happy with.
All right. We've taken, there's a motion on the table. There's a second by Councilmember Paul. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
I have one more comment. So I absolutely respect your request to want to better understand every department of the city.
Mhm.
Can this be done on an individual basis? So that, because the newer council members might not have as much information as some of the council members who have been here before. So maybe it doesn't all have to be done, it could be done on an individual basis. You could request the information or go over the information you need. Councilmember Paul could, I could, Councilmember Fletcher. So,
I think it's more than just information. I would like to speak with staff as well.
right. And
I want to
that might be
understand
done at-
every department.
on an individual
If
basis.
the city manager would allow me to go and speak with every single staff person and sit down and discuss their roles.
I would sorry to interrupt. I would wouldn't that be against the charter?
If the city manager allows us to.
Oh, I just asked.
Did you hear what I just said?
Well,
I said if the city manager would allow me to
Okay.
do that.
I'm
So
not-
that
it's
is,
not a gotcha.
it's
I'm
not
just
it's not against the charter if the city manager allows us to.
Yeah, the charter says that if you're going to basically provide any direction or orders to employee, all that has to be through the city manager. I don't think it's clear as to whether if you're just doing information gathering, it certainly can be allowed over the course of everybody's service. At times you do talk to directors directly without the city manager being present, and you talk about get it for information gathering purposes. And I think that's what you're talking about.
That's it. Yep. I just want the freedom to be able to meet with staff. Like I said, I've been here, five and a half months. I haven't been behind the planning desk. I don't know who the staff, I've met a handful of here, and I think we need to know who this, maybe everybody else knows everybody here. Maybe everybody knows their functions. I sure don't. And I think it's important. The council, the powers are vested in the council. We need to know, I need to know the inner workings of this city. And I don't feel comfortable with a budget until I do. So that's where I stand on it.
I would be in agreement with doing it individually.
Can I address that?
Yes, ma'am.
So I think individually is more intimidating for employees. I also feel that directors would not appreciate being present to understand the conversations that were happening. So I would be less comfortable with that than I would. I think I'm uncomfortable that we're calling this an investigation. I think
Well,
I'd be
that's what-
more
but
comfortable
that's-
that we're calling these workshops.
No, one second.
Or something
No,
like that.
City manager, with all due respect, that is the only venue or way that we can do it. That's in the charter. We can't just go behind the doors and meet with staff and we have to go through you. But this does allow us to fully look at the city up, down. That's our job.
No, I
Our
meant,
job is to understand, and with all due respect, this past month, you haven't allowed me to understand a lot of things. So let's.
all due respect, I
let's-
disagree. I
your
spend
opinion.
hours on the phone with you, Mayor, but I don't want to go down that route. I think you're misunderstanding what I said. What I'm saying is I think what is concerning is calling it an investigation where these could be workshops. Because if you're talking about the council as a whole here, I don't think you're talking about the council still going down into each individual department. You're talking about doing this here in a open environment, unless you're talking about the five of you being behind closed doors, which.
No, it would still be in an open
Couldn't do
environment.
that.
It would still be in an open
So
environment.
that's why I'm saying
Absolutely. The
a work,
charter-
you could call it, if
No.
you called it a workshop, I think it'd be a little less intimidating for staff also, because investigations are scary.
Yes, and that is why I called it budget inquiry workshop.
I have one more comment.
Right,
That's
what
why I
I'm
said
saying,
that.
workshops.
But that is the way the charter reads it. That's why I called it that. That's how I read it off, because that's how the charter reads it. But, and that's why I said, to make it sound softer, we can call them budget inquiry workshops. It doesn't matter what we call it. It's the same, we get to the same road. I want to know from the bottom to the top how the city operates. And if you want to hold my hand every day through the city hall and just go around and we sit down and spend an hour with each staff member, I'm all about that. I'm not saying we're going to sit down and interview every staff member, but I want to get to know who's working here. I want to know how the city operates. And I don't feel that I'm given that opportunity.
I have a comment.
Yes,
This is my final comment before we make a decision. I think we have a heavily credentialed city manager. I think we have award-winning departments who have won awards over and over and over again, both in the finance department, the building department is certified. We have very highly recognized police department. I think we have one of the best organizations in this county, and I believe focusing on an investigation will kill morale. In the city, running an organization of 750 employees is not easy. And I think going through every single department and intimidating them, I know that's not the intent, but that's what will happen. And if you would like to get information on different departments, I would say work with the city manager's office and her staff to do that and work with the directors individually. But I don't need to spend time doing it in this manner.
And you don't, sir. Nobody was saying that the city manager wasn't doing a good job, and nobody said staff wasn't doing a good job. This is so I can better understand the city to make a decision. I'm one of 5 votes. And I, we as council should want everybody to be fully informed on our decision-making processes here. So
I agree with that. I think the information that I have when I make decisions that come across my desk, I feel like I'm fully informed, fully briefed, and have all of the information that I need. I have never felt that I did not have that information, and I have spent many hours on the phone with several directors or all of the directors from each and every single department on every agenda item that comes across my desk, and I've never felt that they withheld information or did anything to do so. I feel like I have a grasp on each and every department and how they operate. And when I started, I went through every single department and I had everybody come into this council or into this executive conference room and spoke with each one of them one by one and went through every single department.
amazing. There it is right there.
When I first started.
City manager, I would like the same treatment. I want to meet with every single staff member.
Sir, I requested it.
You know what? I'm requesting it right now.
Okay.
But I gave you that, Mayor. It was the same thing. You met with all the departments after getting elected. It's the same thing.
No, I met with department heads.
That was the same thing.
It was the same thing.
That was the same thing.
Well, you said you met with every staff member down there.
Well, when I mean staff, I mean the people who lead the individual departments, and I drove to every single location.
And I just don't feel that I've got a full understanding of the way the city operates. And maybe if the city manager can assist me with that, if that's what it takes.
I'm happy to provide, you talked about documents and information. I'm happy to, if you start letting me know which things you're looking for. And, I'm happy to provide that information. We can send it to all the council. I mean, there's nothing to hide.
And that's where you're getting me wrong. You want me to make a decision in June or July on a budget for an entire year. I'm going to be honest. I don't know how this city operates because I've never been behind those doors. when I say those doors, planning, building, I don't truly know how these departments operate. I just want a better understanding. I'm not saying they're not operating efficiently. I don't feel comfortable making decisions that early on. It's pushing it way back. And maybe we move that date out.
If the council would like to move the date out, you can. I think you're looking to me for answers right now. I think
No,
it's the rest of the board that needs
well,
to make
you're
this
the one
decision.
that's commenting on things, so that's why I'm talking to you. Yes.
I would just
Councilmember.
say, I believe all of us have a right to access any information that we need from any department. So does every resident. It's public record. So I would encourage you or anybody individually to work with the city manager to dig deeper into whatever department you'd like. But I don't think that this, like a formal, whatever we would call it, an investigation would be necessary or appropriate of like using, I think it could be done on an individual basis. So for that reason, I'll be voting no.
All right. Thank you.
Can I just pipe in?
Yes, sir.
Is this a votable thing? Now, I understand both sides of this, but information that's requested, I would like a copy of that. I'd like to study that, and then I'd like to get back on those items. And if the people, the council that feels that it's not necessary, then it's kindling.
That's all it is.
And then the people that want to could, want to look into it, so the accessibility that you're asking for, we might be able to give you some insight, or and if they don't want to do it, that's fine too.
Yeah, I'm
But
fine
it's
with
just,
that.
you're asking for information and then deciphering information. After that information's then deciphered, then we see if there's areas that we need to address specifically for that. Would that be appropriate for everybody? I mean, that's
Yes.
kind of what we're, I think, if I'm wrong, please, I've been
Yes.
wrong before.
And it's an opportunity for us to sit down and go through the same information together. Do you know how the city runs every department? I mean, we have a guess,
I don't know how my
it's
companies run every department,
Right.
but I know
It's-
overall how they run.
Right.
And I know when there's an issue, and I dig into that issue. So
Yeah.
I think I'm just talking here. Let's get all the information. Let's look at it. And then if we have to meet on it, oh, you agree to this item? Hey, let's ask more about that. Therefore, we're doing the work. We're coming back with specific needs and requirements. Therefore, they can get that done. I can, again, Kobe, I'm sorry, I am retired, but I do work a little bit. But I understand time is valuable. I certainly do. But I understand some of us might need more information than others, and some might be able to help in different departments than others.
Yeah, absolutely.
And that's what I would like, as a council, yes, our responsibility is just that. You hit it on the head. But if you're comfortable with it, don't come to that section. Don't come to that meeting. Don't come to that deal.
three's a quorum.
Okay.
Does that sound okay?
Yep. That's the way I feel as well. This isn't a gotcha. This isn't to make anybody uncomfortable. This is where we get the same information. We can all sit down together and just go through it. Because I may not understand it, but I need council interaction to fully understand, because you guys are looking at it from the same viewpoint as me. Staff may look at it from a different lens, through a different lens. That's why it's important for us to do it together. And if you don't want to, I understand. Like I said, three's a quorum, whoever wants to show up, but.
Yeah, I would just request if we could get that information and decipher it first. So when we do meet, we have that knowledge of that information, that we're not getting the packet and looking over it, highlighting crib notes, and then we might have the same, might have different. I think it would
Yes, sir.
save time, and it would save efforts of the council here. And again, I don't mind putting in the hours. That's not my issue. But if there's something that somebody feels comfortable with, they don't have to show up.
Yes, sir. Yeah, and it wouldn't be, I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, I'm good
You
with
good
that.
with that? Yeah, and that's it. So we have a motion and a second. Madam Clerk, can you please call the roll?
Councilmember Gilbert.
Aye.
Councilmember Fletcher.
No.
Councilmember Paul.
Aye.
Councilmember Urban.
Aye.
Mayor Robertson.
Aye.
Motion carries 3-2.
4-1.
Sorry,
4-1.
4-1.
Are we good?
Well, now we have the information section. Well, hold on, I may have something else. Tomorrow there's Sunday, it's actually the National Borinquenir Day. These are the 65th Infantry from Puerto Rico who fought during the Korean War. And I'll be over there participating at the Sheriff's Department tomorrow. They actually have a luncheon ceremony. Everybody's invited, of course, I assume. I mean, they say all is welcome. Wanda Rentes actually called me and spoke about it, and I brought some items over there from the museum. But I would like to say Spring Fling was amazing. I know staff was heavily involved in that. At least they were out and about. I saw the police department out there, the fire department, the St. Cloud Citizens Foundation. As y'all know, I'm the chair of that, along with Aaron Jenks and Donna Cooley. We actually sponsored, I believe it was roughly $2,100 towards police because they had a beer garden. I think we had 2 officers there. We had, there were barricades. I think fire department came down there for free. I don't think there was a cost associated with that, but they came down with a fire truck. So other than that, it was a good weekend. It was I think we really need to look at that event and see how we can participate in the future. I think it was heavily attended. I know that Experience Kissimmee surveyed it last year because I think it was the first. You sit on that.
Okay. Every time a grant's given, there's 2 different types of surveys. There's surveys, a soft survey and a harder survey, and they were last year surveyed. And for economic impact reasons and for climate reasons. This year they might have been, but sometimes it's different, Chris. It's just a phone survey versus in person, and they go out and they can actually find out how many people are there through connectivities of phones. And that's how they service sometimes.
I will say the surveyor that Experience Kissimmee hires is amazing. She does a thorough evaluation of the event. If we've done the event one year, they don't survey it the next year. We have to survey ourselves. And I know with our last event in the museum, I did it myself. And I believe that Rotary had to do it themselves. I want to see the third party survey.
Yes.
It's unbiased.
And that happens, how it's decided on that, Chris, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but what they do is they randomly, if you're new, you get surveyed. If you have some continuity and consistency, you're not surveyed as much. It's every other year, but first times, it's usually the first time they survey you. That's how it's done, because half the grant money is in the survey sometimes. Right. If we give $5,000, 1,000 of it's for surveys. If it's consistent enough, then we won't survey it. We'll do a telephone survey, which pings some of the folks are there in the numbers such as that.
Okay. City manager, there's a way to have a head count. Somebody rattled off a number from last year's event, and I don't know if it was based on a survey or some other way of.
We have a Placer software that it uses, I think, credit card information and cell phone data, and that's a city tool that we have. I can't say it's 100% accurate, but that's it's an AI based that we use. I don't know if the numbers we gave you were from that, or if it was actually, I think it was from that and potentially it was from Placer. The more I think about it, it was.
Okay.
Yeah,
How does that work?
Because we talked
where
about
would the credit
we drew
card
the box.
machines be at?
Well, I think it uses your cell phone, and then somehow it knows when you go use your credit card at a place, because it can tell us that 4 people went to Dunkin' Donuts and spent approximately this total amount.
It actually gives you a consumption.
You feel comfortable with that, Dan?
No.
Have you defended a client on that yet?
No, but it's like,
yeah,
I have searched, I have just recently was at a Home Depot, walked out of the Home Depot and then got an email from Home Depot basically saying, "Did you buy anything?" I'm like, how the heck do you know I was at Home Depot? And no,
tied your credit card. Yeah, they got it.
Well, I didn't know. I just it was on my phone.
Yes, Scott.
Because I didn't use my credit card. So that's scary.
Scott Davidoff, Deputy City Manager. I can answer a little bit of the information on Placer. So Placer uses cellular data. So the way it works is we can, for example, we set up a zone for an event.
What do they call it? A net?
Yeah, it's a GIS
geofence,
fence
that's it, yeah.
that we set up for an event, and it measures the amount of cell phones that are in there. And that's how they utilize that data. That's what's used across the country, across the world. Government agencies utilize that same tool. Now, a lot of times what they also use is then they can also check on credit credit card swipes and some other things too, to check what type of dollars that people are spending that are tied to some of that data. But that's the tool that we utilize here, that agencies all across the world utilize, same type of technology.
Awesome. Thank you. Yeah, I just know it was such a heavily attended event, and I know they don't do the boat races like they used to, or I think they used to do the carnival rides as well when we were kids. Do y'all remember? Yeah. I know it's expensive for the boat race, but I'd love to see that event build up bigger than what, with more stuff, not just vendors, and if there's anything in the future that we can tie other organizations into with them, I don't know. But I know everybody enjoyed themselves down there. And I know I went down there probably for 7 hours. 2 of them, I talked to former council member Askew, and he rolled up in his one-wheeler. And so, all right. Other than that, I got nothing else. This brings us to our information report section. Thursday, March 20th, 2025, we had our intergovernmental meeting at 10 a.m. This is an old report section. Right? We have another intergovernmental meeting? No,
I'm sorry. I didn't do that.
that's all right. I'll just go right to the April. No, this is last month's.
It's on your
Yeah, we have a
screen.
meeting April 10th.
It's on your screen.
It's on your screen too.
Oh, thank you. We'll read that one. Thursday, April 24th, Community Redevelopment Agency meeting, 3 p.m., City Hall. Thursday, April 24th, City Council Workshop, 3:30 p.m., or immediately following the CRA meeting at City Hall. Wednesday, May 7th, Special City Council meeting, 6:30 p.m. in City Hall Council Chambers. Thursday, May 8th, City Council meeting, 6:30 p.m. in the council chambers at City Hall. And is there a warrant list for everybody to?
Yes.
There it is. We have warrant list number 6, and the other report is Recreation Advisory Minutes for October 2024, and they were approved. And with that, this meeting is adjourned.